Doki doki ulu, all my heart's for you, my wonderful fiance, Seamus. Lords, welcome back to the kitchen for day 11. Day 11 of Christmas cookies. Congratulations to Bubbly for being the official first. Seamus is the official second. And Batwoman is the official third. Welcome in, guys. I see your streak, Suspenders. You're streaking. You're streaking. It's amazing. It's amazing. Hello, Carrie. Hi, Gwen. Gonna try to bop in and out today? Absolutely. As you can, that's always good. Hi, Poji. Welcome in, you guys. Welcome in. Hera, me welcoming people to the kitchen doesn't mean you need to come running, little girl. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't mean it's Uppy's time. You have got some very strange ideas in your head, sweetheart. Hi, Cherie. Read the title as Cream Cheese Squirts. Hera wants to stream too, sometimes. Huh. Yes. Little Miss Intrusive. Yes. Yeah, you are. No. I appreciate you very much, but okay. You can have a before cooking Uppy. There you go. There you go. Oh. Hi, Ash. Welcome in. Popping in for your streak. Let's go. You're really sick. Oh, I hope you feel better soon. Yeah, it's a baby. Gwen says, hi, Hera. Yeah, are you going? What are you doing? What are we doing here? You know, this is really awkward. How about I do this? On the 12th day of Christmas, my Saknika gave to me 12 cream cheese Spritz. Hi, Master of Splits. Welcome in. You have laryngitis. Oh, that sucks, Ash. Yeah. Yep, Bubbly, definitely. She is settling and she is a chonka. Hi. Am I not loving on you enough? Oh, thank you for the kisses. Hi, Kissy. It is the kitty. She has decided that when I start talking to stream in the kitchen, it means she gets uppies. That's what she has decided. As soon as your streak pops up, you're off to bed. Understandable, Ash. I hope you get some good rest. Best sous chef ever, right? It seems fair. Hi, Callie Kong. Welcome in. How are you? Yes, Hera, I know. She very rarely asks Seamus for uppies. Yeah? Did you have to turn around? Did you have to turn around? Oh, what is it? What is it? Daisy is helping me today. She's a wonderful assistant. I bet, Kissy. She looks like your cat Bella that passed away years ago. Oh, bad woman. That's so sweet, though, that she looks like her. I mean, they gave me codeine, so you're gonna sleep good tonight? Oh, yeah, you will. Don't you dare. She was absolutely gonna get on my island, and that is a no-no. That is a no-no. Hi, Carrie. Welcome in. The kitty is so happy. The kitty is way too happy sometimes. Just got a new tattoo days ago. Ooh, what'd you get a tattoo of? I'm doing good. Ash, you're streaking. Let's go. Now go get some sleep. I have to wash my hands again because of cat ass. Because of cat ass. Nobody wants cat hair in their cookies. That would be off-putting, to say the least. Yeah, Hera, nobody wants your fur in their food. She doesn't care. She went to use the litter box probably and get a drink of water. Which is A-okay in my books. It's A-okay in my books. Oh my goodness gracious. She's so needy. Good night, Ash. Finished braiding test so can work on felt for husband since he's out for a bit. Let's go, Carrie. Let's go. It was for your ultra marathon Moab 240. It's a mix of desert, cactus, and flowers. And it says in Korean, since I don't want it in English, even though it was in Utah, you may try to make me break, but you will never be able to accomplish that. Then on top of the drawing, it says, I'm that bitch. I love that, Callie. I'm glad you got something that's super meaningful for you. That one should be on a shirt too. Gotta wash my hands because of cat ass. It's so true though, Gwen. It's so true. Just don't give her an award for it. Nobody likes a cat ass trophy. No. Nobody likes a cat ass trophy. Kitties do think everyone loves cat ass, Kissy. That is the truth. Cat fur on my face. A catastrophe. That one took me a moment, Nivex. Mr. 3, Mom, it's a cat. It's on his mummy's shoulders. Oh, the cat's gone. Oh my God, Suspenders, your son is adorable. Your son is adorable. My spouse designed and tatted me, so that was fun, but it hurt like a mother. I believe it, Callie. But that's so special. That is so special, and I'm glad you have that for yourself. I am super glad you have that for yourself. Oh my goodness, you guys. It's day 11. Day 11 of 12. Can you believe we're on the last 2 days of Christmas cookies? Because I can't, but I'm grateful. I love this project. Like, don't get me wrong. This is one of my favorite projects of the year, if not my absolute favorite project of the year. I really enjoy making the Christmas cookies. But by the time I hit the end, when I hit that home stretch, I am ready to be done, kick my shoes off, and just put my feet up for like 24 straight hours. Nope, what's the heck? Done all of my tattoos. It's crazy that when I just said I was gonna do it. Tattoos are addictive, Callie. Wish I could have popped in for more. You know what? There's always next year, Gwen. There's always next year. You are a very busy person. And next year you won't be as busy of a person. Yeah, it is a lot as well, Batwoman. That is true. Hi, May. Welcome in. I'm good. How about yourself? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. So yeah, we're at the tail end. We're going to be wrapping it up tomorrow with the sugar cookies, which, thank goodness, the sugar cookies are relatively simple. Like, they are actually my original cookie to give away for Christmas. That's where I started. I don't remember. I was in a mood, I guess, and I was going through my mom's cookie box. Probably something for work or whatever, and I wanted to make something, and I found this recipe, fell in love with it, and first and foremost, I baked the shit out of it for a couple of years. Like, every function, sugar cookies. But now they are like the cookie that I know the best, and I do every year for Christmas, and they are just so easy for me that they're gonna be really nice to have at the end, because tomorrow is a busy day for me. Tomorrow I have a client, then I go to OT for this beautiful hand, and then I come home and bake with all of you friends. So we're going to be ending the 12 Days of Christmas cookies tomorrow on a bang. But today is round 2 of Sam versus the Cookie Press. Yesterday, the Cookie Press gave us a real run for our money, as did the Spritz dough. So today I'm hoping to come out more or less stronger on top, because I still prevailed against it yesterday, just not as strongly as I would have liked to. You got one for your birthday a little while ago, and now you're itching for more Suspenders? Yeah. It is cookie time, Wuzzo. Hello, welcome in. Hello, Uncommon Wolf. How are you? Welcome in. Happy holidays. I'm doing well. We had a family Christmas party yesterday, and I got the craziest Yankee Swap White Elephant gift. Oh, what did you get, May? What is that crazy gift? I totally get that. My tattoos aren't professional, and I'm itching for more. Yeah, Batwoman. Hi, Weeby. It is more cookies. Such a beautiful hand. Thank you, Suspenders. So achy. It was achy after yesterday. Seamus would like to throw the press out the window, Suspenders. There is no way he's coming in to help with the press. Important to keep those hands in shape if you're going to be keeping people's bodies in shape. It is, Uncommon Wolf. It is. Round 2, fight! That's right, weeby. That's right. Look at all these hugs. Yui, hi, welcome in. How are you? We got a betta fish with tank food and rocks for the bottom, like a real life fish. My 5-year-old is so excited. It's her first pet ever. That's so cute though, May. Definitely awkward to get a live creature as a Christmas gift, especially as a white elephant style gift. But that's really cute that your daughter's excited. He loves you and you want the press to work so he can swallow his pride. He won't, Suspenders. He won't. There are certain lines in the sand that Seamus draws, and he wants nothing to do with the baking of these cookies. He is very content that his role in the Christmas cookies is right in front of that beautiful sink there, washing the dishes for me. His name is Mr. Bubbles. That's so cute, May. I love that. I'm baking too, pre-making peanut butter cookie dough in prep for tomorrow. Are you making blossoms or just peanut butter cookies, Wazo? Which one are you making, or both? I've been told I give a good massage myself. Absolutely. A lot of people do on Common Wolf. Really what you get from school, going to school for massage, isn't, like, obviously you're going to get techniques. Like, that's definitely part of the education. You're going to learn a more professional way to do massage. But the main thing you're getting from massage school is anatomy, physiology, how to be mindful of pathology and pathogens in your practice, contraindications to people getting massage, whether they're localized or full body, how to deal with problematic clients, a little bit on how to run your own business, things to look out for with spas, setting boundaries, like all of the science and the magic surrounding what goes into being able to be a successful massage therapist. And then, yeah, hands-on work so that you get used to bodies, what a typical muscle tone feels like versus a not typical muscle tone, how to work with people with disabilities, and like both physical and mental, and all that sort of stuff, and a lot of the science behind why massage works. So a lot of people give a good massage just base level, never having gone to school, but going to school takes you from you give a good massage to, wow, I feel so good. Your daughter's also 5. I love that. Be the bigger man. I've got some work to do, or try to do. I'll keep you up in the background though. Absolutely. Absolutely, Gwen. That is a great way to do it. He will help if your hand gets too sore though. You're not allowed to injure yourself for some cookies. That's good to know. That's good to know. Blossoms, but I put the kisses in after they're baked. Oh, interesting, Wazo. I've never heard of doing it that way. That's your husband's nickname on Twitch, Bubbly? That's amazing. I love that little emote, Suspenders. Yeah, I opened the tank and accessories and I was like, oh, I love this. Now we just need to get a finch. The little's been asking for one. And they were like, wait, not you. Wait, no, you also get a fish. We have one in the house for you. And they brought it up. The little saw it and her uncle was like, someone can steal that from you guys though. And she was like, no, they can't. If anybody had stolen that from your daughter, just like bury him in the backyard. That would have been the correct response. I've been telling people who are wearing Christmas sweaters that it looks ugly. Well, ugly Christmas sweaters are a thing, Master of Splits. But our fish is a dragon scale male beta fish and he is the prettiest blue. That sounds amazing, May. The first fish I ever had was also a beta fish and I love that thing. You need to splurge and get a massage soon. If you want an extra splurge, Kissy, you can come to New York first and then I can give you the massage. That would be a super splurge. Suspenders, thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the lurk. My chronic illness. Yeah, it's absolutely okay to ask about that. So I have several things going on, but the main thing that drives literally everything else is I have autoimmune Hashimoto's thyroiditis. And that causes all sorts of problems. Hashimoto's mainly affects the thyroid. So it is an autoimmune disease wherein my own body is eating my thyroid and killing it. Your thyroid controls way more than people realize. So it controls your mood, it can control like your body temperature and stuff because it's sending signals back to the brain. It's a big hormone center. It can affect your menstrual cycle as a woman. It can affect your sleep. It obviously deals with how you metabolize food and nutrition and stuff. So I have a very sluggish metabolism. It is a struggle to lose weight because of that. It can cause brain fog. It causes joint pain. It causes random fatigue. So basically my whole body is always fighting because my thyroid has decided that it's losing the battle against my body because my body is a piece of garbage in that regard. But yeah, so it's just one of those things where take it day by day. There are meds to help with the thyroid function, but they're very good at treating the physical side and not so much everything else. That was what Kay still calls him. Collect has been dropped off to get her nails done, whichever way she chose. Full speed, that's amazing. Also, hello, welcome in. They took it as a compliment, let's go. That would be amazing, right, Kizzy? Right? You also need a splurge on a massage, May? Well, you two should just carpool here. Vin, hi. Somebody will get you that link, Vin, and if they don't, I will. How are you? Thank you for the lurk. You recently met someone that had Hashimoto's. Yeah, it is. It's an interesting disease. And like all autoimmune diseases, it is a spectrum. So Hashimoto's hits me really hard, and I'm working diligently to manage it and to try and stamp it down so that it doesn't affect me as much, because I have found that if I just give in, trying to take a lot of self-care days because I'm really tired today, so I'll just take it easy. My joints are sore today, so I'm just not going to do as much, so on and so forth. They kind of cascade into each other, and then my body struggles to come back out of it. So I'm realizing that for me, I have to be very proactive on staying active, like keeping my brain going, fighting through the brain fog and the fatigue and whatnot to a reasonable degree. Obviously, there are still going to be really bad days where I'm just like, nope. And there have even been days where I have posted in my Discord, you guys, I can't. I don't have the energy to stream. So there are bad days, but there are also plenty of other people out there whose Hashimoto's is just like, doesn't matter. Doesn't bother me, doesn't affect me, no big deal. It is what it is. And I'm like, man, I wish. Jazz waifu, hi. The only happy ending you get at the end of a massage, full speed, is knowing that you feel better at the end of a massage. I do not, and Seamus knows this full well, I do not cross those two things because there is a humongous issue, specifically in the United States, where people, often men, but sometimes women, okay, this is definitely not a men only thing, but mostly men, sometimes women, construe massage as prostitution and sex work, and it is not. And I get hit with a lot of that shit quite frequently, so it is one of the like hard boundaries. None of that crosses into my massage work, ever. Spoon theory, yes, absolutely spoon theory, Uncommon Wolf. We do all have low spoon days, Jazz. This is true. 3, 2, 1, pickles. Riku, hi, Sam, we love you. Face. Wait, did I come into a men bashing moment? You did not come into a men bashing moment. You came into an educational moment. Because to date, with being a massage therapist, let's see, how long has it been? I officially opened my doors end of July 2018. So I started a little before that because I was working at a spa. So 2018 to 2025 is 7 years. I've been doing massage for 7 years, and in that time frame, I've had one woman try to cross my boundaries, and I, like, more than I can count on my fingers of men who have either asked me for lingam massage, which is penis massage, or asked me for tantric massage, which has to do with being sensual and sexy. I've had 2 people at this point ask me for a derivative of full body naked massage, where the massage therapist rubs their body on the client to give the massage, which is a huge no-no. I have had one man who messaged me to ask for more of like a sensual tantric massage, signed it XO for hugs and kisses, and then sent a photo of himself naked, thankfully from belly button up, but it was still like, what? What? I've had men who have made it in, like, I've made a very strict guideline at this point for how you book massages with me because of this. I had men make it past my threshold who came in and just immediately tried to strip in front of me with no intake or health history and tell me, well, my old massage therapist always let me do this. Well, I am not that person. I've had countless men ask me if they could be fully nude with no draping, which is illegal in New York. And when I tell them that, they're like, well, my last massage therapist allowed it, which is a very common thing throughout the country. Like, this is not random events. It's something that massage therapists talk about among each other, especially female massage therapists, because it's just these particular people like to push your boundaries and they want to see how far they can push them. And 99% of the time, they're male. I can't fudge the statistics, but like I said, I did have one woman who tried to push my boundaries. She desperately wanted me to come in at 11 o'clock at night to give her a massage because that was when she was available. I don't think so. So yeah, it's definitely one of those things where I don't construe those 2 particular items, because if I don't maintain that hard boundary, things may slip in my professional life that would be disastrous. Yeah, Riku. On reflexology, I think it's brilliant. Lesbian next door, L&D, you're streaking, let's go! So reflexology, for those who don't know, is the idea that your hands, your feet, and your ears actually have specific points on them that are connected into specific organs or structures of the body. So if I remember right, it's like the outside of the foot and the outside of the hand, and then the inside of the hand are different. Like, this is the thoracic, lumbar, and sacral part of the spine, and then this is the cervical part. So working the outside of the hand is thought to help the spine. You've got parts in here that are like the heart, the lungs, the kidneys, and it's thought that you can work those specific areas to access that area of the body, to offer it support, to offer it healing, to direct like white light or good energy to it. Does it work? Technically, it's a pseudoscience. There is no direct study that shows that reflexology, and included in this, it's reflexology, polarity, shiatsu, acupuncture, acupressure, so on and so forth. Anything in that more energetic spectrum is definitely doing the thing. But we do have a lot of anecdotal studies for acupuncture that shows, we don't know why, but for some reason, this works. And a lot of these practices come off of the same branch of thought, which is classical Chinese medicine, and it's just a different form of it. So I think reflexology is brilliant. I think it is great for people who are just trying to dip their toes into massage and they are not comfortable yet with taking off their clothing, or they don't have a lot of time. So to be able to just like work somebody's hand and be able to put the idea in their head that I'm working these points because they affect this part of your body, and the mind-body connection is really strong, that if they truly feel that this is going to help them in that way, they will incorporate the work in a way that allows their body to have a physiological reaction akin to what they're expecting. Whether or not it's something that could be charted scientifically, debatable, but the placebo effect is real. And if I can trigger that by giving you a hand massage and suddenly your back doesn't hurt, I'm not going to complain, and you probably aren't either. And you're still going to feel good because, I mean, any massage is a good massage. Hello, Lay Beans. Hi, spouse. So yeah, I do like reflexology. I think those kinds of modalities are very interesting. But I will also say, if I get a client who reaches out to me and is like, hey, I just had a full knee replacement, what would you recommend? Reflexology is probably not where I'm going to recommend. Depends on their sensitivity level to touch. It depends on their comfort level with massage, but there are better modalities, usually in the myofascial range, that are better for like surgical stuff. But if somebody reaches out to me and they're like, I've been having trouble sleeping, I think it's because I've got this decision that I'm struggling to make, and I need to turn my brain off and just have a moment. That is really wholly in the realm of shiatsu. It can easily be put into the meridians, because I can work the gallbladder meridian for decision making. I can work the bladder meridian for fatigue. I can work the spleen meridian for sleep cycle. Like, there are points that I can combine. Also depends on the comfort of the client, though. Crazy guy, hello, welcome in. Welcome in. So, welcome to Massage 101 with Saknika. I'm very passionate about my career choice, and I love talking about it, almost as much as I love baking cookies. So today's cookies are my grandmother on my dad's side called them Christmas press cookies, but they are cream cheese based Spritz. How valid it is, but I dated someone for a period who was a massage therapist, and her mother was into the raindrop therapy. Can I rant for a moment? Can I rant for a moment? I'm gonna rant for a moment. Do not, and I cannot express this strongly enough, do not get raindrop therapy from anybody who does not follow the principles from the National Association for Holistic Aromatherapy. If they do not follow those guidelines, no. So raindrop therapy, for those who don't know, is where a massage therapist, and not even necessarily a massage therapist, an aromatherapist, somebody, and I use that in quotations because there are trained aromatherapists, and then there are people who participate in multi-level marketing companies like Young Living and doTERRA, and I believe this was started by Young Living, who think they know what they're doing because they read a 3-page brochure, and they don't. Okay, they do not. Where they take undiluted essential oils. I cannot express enough how bad that is, which is also known as neat. Undiluted is neat essential oils, and they put drops of them at various points of the body and work it in with energy work. Because in order to actually do more than that, you need a massage license, at least in the state of New York. Otherwise, you are practicing medicine without a license, which is a really hefty fine and a really big no-no. You do not, under any circumstances, put neat essential oils on your skin. You do not, under any circumstances, ingest essential oils. And the reason being is the dosage. Eucalyptus is safe. Lemon is safe. Orange is safe. Cinnamon is safe. Highly concentrated oils of eucalyptus, lemon, orange, and cinnamon are not safe. You can burn the skin, you can cause chemical burns to the throat, you can give yourself stomach ulcers. It is such a problem, and so many people are under this impression that because Young Living, doTERRA, and a lot of multi-level marketing companies promote their product as organic, that it is somehow therapeutic grade. These are all marketing terms. They mean absolutely nothing. It's not safe. It doesn't matter what grade of essential oil it is not safe. So the raindrop sit therapy, not safe unless they dilute it with a carrier oil. So diluting with a carrier oil is where you take essential oils at a safe ratio and add it to an oil. So you add it to jojoba oil, you add it to coconut oil, you add it to almond oil, like something else that is not this highly concentrated form of an organic thing. So please, if you're going to go for that, because again, it can be very soothing. Essential oils have their place in the world. Make sure that they follow the guidelines set forth by the National Association for Holistic Aromatherapy, which is NAHA.org. And if they don't, say thanks, but no thanks. Rant over. I feel so strongly about that. I have seen people injured by essential oils, and it is not pretty. It is not pretty. Yeah, I hear a lot of people who do not like the raindrop therapy, and I have zero clue on what that is. Yeah. I think it was another way to sell essential oils, honestly. She worked for Young Living. Yep, there it is. There's also a big difference between essential oils and food grade extracts. Yes, and it's the concentration level. It is the concentration level and the processing. I had a feeling you might have something to say about that. Oh, I do. I've gotten into heated arguments with people about it, and we had more than one person start massage therapy school because they, like when I was in school, because they were a Young Living representative. And as soon as we got to the aromatherapy class, because I did have to take 4 hours, what was it 4 or was it 8? I had to take a certain level of hours in aromatherapy as part of my education program. When we got there, and the lady basically said Young Living was a scam and doTERRA was a scam, because newsflash, they are. These people dropped out of school. They dropped out of school because they wanted to argue with somebody who had been trained as an aromatherapist for 20 years and had a lot of education with their 3-page pamphlet. It was interesting, to say the least. So, rant being what it is, how about these cookies? For the cream cheese spritz, and I have most of it out, we're gonna need a cup of shortening, 1/3 cup cream cheese, 1 cup of sugar, granulated, 1 egg yolk, so no whites, just yolk, a teaspoon of vanilla extract, 2.5 cups of all-purpose flour, 1/2 teaspoon of salt, and 1/4 teaspoon of cinnamon. Now, my grandmother's recipe also said that you could add a teaspoon of finely grated orange rind, but she didn't use it, and neither do I. I'm pretty sure in the recipe in my Discord I do mention the orange rind, but again, I don't use it, neither did my grandmother, so I have no idea how it changes the flavor. I think the people that dropped out were upset that the lady didn't fit their nerve. That is exactly it, crazy guy. Rather get it from someone who's licensed and knows what they're doing than the ladies with the 3-page pamphlet. Yes. Yep. And not for nothing, if you do your research on Young Living and you look at the guy who founded Young Living, he founded it after being denied places in the scientific community because of his pseudoscience. And he also, if I remember right, is the one who claimed to have a way to prevent/cure cancer. And as the irony of life would have it, he died of cancer. So for what it's worth, there's that. Apparently for someone who hasn't had any professional training, I know enough. Yes. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. So for this recipe, I need a triple batch. We need to do it 3 times. 2.5 cups of flour would be 7.5 cups all at once. Normally, I would be like, yeah, absolutely, I can get all of that in, but we're also going to have 3 cups of sugar in there. So we're going to do this in 3 separate batches. Let me grab the cream cheese, because that, and the eggs. Cream cheese and the eggs are what I don't have out yet. Ugh. Cream cheese, like, I need you to actually come out of the package here, okay? It's like, you're not that tightly fit into here. Thank you. Recycle that. Eggs. I don't know how many eggs we have, but I'm just gonna carry. Okay. Seamus did buy more eggs today. He went to the grocery store after we did a little bit of Yuletide enjoying. We exchanged our Yule Miss gifts. Got some good stuff. I mean, being honest, kind of glad the guy died. I hate, and I mean hate. I know it's a strong word, but I mean it when I say that I hate grifters who think they know more than scientists with literal PhDs. You know, I definitely feel that strong level of animosity in that instance, because I feel bad for people who have legitimately been harmed by such ideals. I remember my very first experience with Young Living as a company was at a craft fair / vendor fair, which as a crafter, I have learned you do not vend at those kinds of events, because there's a big difference between how people treat you when you are at a craft fair, among other people with handmade stuff, than when you're at a fair where there's people who are trying to do hard level sales, like high pressure sales, and push you into signing up for a list or having a party, so on and so forth, because they want to meet their quotas. At the events in the latter, people, like, if this were the table that you're vending at, people want to take the widest berth. They're like way over here looking at your stuff over there, because they don't want to talk to you. They don't want the high pressure sales. They don't want to be asked about parties. And every other table is basically asking them that, because it's Tupperware parties and Pure Romance parties and Young Living parties and doTERRA parties and what was that? The bag one. Like something 21. I don't know. It was very popular. Pampered Chef parties. Like, all the parties are there. And at this event where I was vending as a crafter, there was a Young Living booth, and I came in and our booths were right next to each other, and I am very sensitive to scent. I can't go into a Yankee Candle. I can't go into a Bath and Body Works. I struggle in craft fairs to go through like the scented aisle. It is a huge problem, and a lot of it is that I'm allergic to an ingredient in perfumes, but some of it is just being overwhelmed by scent because I'm very sensitive to it. And so I kindly asked, because as I was coming into my booth, the person who was organizing things was walking by, and the Young Living people were next to me, and I just asked the person very politely who had organized, I said, hey, I actually have an allergy to scents and to overwhelming scents, and I would like, to know if there's a way that I could swap my spot with somebody else. Oh my Lord, you would think that I had asked for this person to bring the roof down on our heads because the Young Living people whipped around and they were like, you can't be allergic to this stuff. You just don't like us. And I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, I can absolutely be allergic to scents and too much of a scent. And they were like, our stuff is therapeutic grade and it's impossible to be allergic to it. And I was like, it's organic matter. And they were like, but it's a smell. And I was like, what do you think smells are? Oh, they were adamant that you could not be allergic to what they had. They took it as like a personal offense. In the end, they were asked to leave. So I didn't have to deal with them. But oh my goodness, because they made such a fuss. The host was just like, you clearly are not what we want here. But yeah, you called your mom and wished her a happy birthday, Carrie. That's amazing. I'm not sure if you remember Leah Sophia. I have heard of it, crazy guy. Me too. Even going to the supermarkets, like washing powder, I feel that, Riku. It's so bad. It's so bad. And I'm like, oh, please, can we not have this? Because that would be great, thanks. That would be great. Oh, first step is to cream together the shortening, the cream cheese, and the sugar. Adding the sugar in gradually. So, 1 stick of shortening, which is basically Crisco. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure at this point, so there was definitely a point in time where Young Living was all the rage and everybody used it for everything. And if you used, like, if you made things with essential oils and you didn't use Young Living, half the time you got like scorned. It was when the height of the alternative medicine kick really hit. That was a little sticky from cherry juice. Who's screaming at me? Who's screaming at me? Where did my thought go? Oh, if you made things with essential oils and you didn't use Young Living, you were just like the scourge of the earth. You were using bad ingredients. It was so weird. My brother is screaming at me. Hi, Hemi, how are you? Welcome in. Then you're walking around and you smell somebody who's wearing what smells like a bottle. Oh my God, Riku. That, or another personal pet peeve, the people who very clearly have one jacket, have never washed it, and have smoked while wearing it for 20 years straight, and they just walk past you reeking of an ashtray. I do not begrudge you bad habits. I totally understand like the addicting nature of nicotine. But I also want to be able to breathe when I walk past you. Like, wash your jacket. You feel personally attacked, Pepperoni? Well, wash your jacket. You don't smell, Pepperoni. I've never smelled cigarettes on you. Right? It kills you. That was your dad, Hemi? Oh, no! Oh, no! And I had a big one from Crazy Guy Pierre. Leah Sophia was like, oh, it was jewelry. There you go. It was always overpriced costume jewelry. I remember getting pulled into some of these parts. Yeah, you get some free things that were easily like under $10, but they were selling for $60, so you thought you got to deal with BS. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That is true. You did switch to vaping 8 years ago, which is a solid choice, in my opinion. I know there are definitely people out there who think vaping is just as bad as smoking, and while I will agree, and I think anybody who vapes will agree this, at no point is it a good idea to ingest anything outside of air into your lungs. So that's like gas fumes, cigarette smoke, wood smoke, house fire smoke, vaping stuff. Like, it's just not good to put that kind of shit in your lungs. But being alive means shit goes into your lungs, and if you have to pick between a cigarette and a vape, I think 9 times out of 10 the vape is safer. Obviously there's still, shit that comes out of China that's very unsafe, but if you source properly, I think the vape is safer out of the two. Lesser of two evils. And I also like that the vape can be very beneficial to quitting, because you can't wean down on nicotine with a cigarette, but you can with a vape. Okay, there's a cup of Shortening, you need 1/3 of a cup of cream cheese. You're just gonna switch to smoking cardboard? It's me, Luigi. Yeah. It does smell better than cigarettes. Vin says hi. Hi, AC. Welcome in. My asthma is as bad as it is from secondhand smoke from being around my dad. Understandable. Hi, Tom 80. I think the only MLM was Party Light. They did at least a decent job with their candles. It was still overpriced. I'll admit, though, I did like that they pushed paraffin out of the way and used all natural ingredients. Made it easier. Yeah, for natural scented companies. Yep, 100% crazy guy. We are having an awesome day, Tamiti. I miss, though, I have to say this. I understand that cream cheese is sold in ounces. But I really do miss the days when Philadelphia labeled their damn package with where you cut for the cups and not the ounces. I don't know how many ounces are in 1/3 of a cup. Why did you have to betray me like this, Philadelphia? And I really don't like the taste of any other cream cheeses, so Philadelphia it is. There's my 1/3 cup. 80 mils, who knows how many ounces. Tell Seamus it's time to play also, and why I can't add him. You did add him. Yeah, it works if you type his full name out. Yes. Yes. He's watching anime. I haven't seen them label it like they used to. Yeah, it is annoying. I quit smoking cold turkey and having a friend like, aw, I'm glad, Tommy D, and I'm so proud of you for quitting cold turkey. Like that is big ball energy. Like big dick energy right there. Because that is, I don't know if I want to cut this. I have a knife though in case I do. Because that is not easy. Quitting cold turkey is brutal, and it takes an average of 29 tries to quit smoking. So to just cold turkey it, baller. Your cookie recipes made you watch way too late into the night. Oh no, AC. Oh no. I'm glad you're enjoying them though. 2.6 ounces is 1/3 of a cup. So almost 3 ounces. We're going to slap it into a cup just to be sure. Just to make sure. The only cold turkey I don't support is from severe. Yeah, no, it's because that is definitely deadly. 100%, you're not wrong. There are certain things that you have to wean off of. Yes, this is actually the proper knife to do this with. A butter knife. I will overhead cam you for this part so that you can see how this works. Let me just give it a little slip slide. Yeah, no, there are definitely some addictions that you have to be weaned off of. And usually if it's severe alcoholism, you end up in like a facility that can monitor. Whether that's a hospital or a rehab, it depends on your area. But yeah, no, that's super dangerous. And anybody that admits to having the problem and goes through with it, again, kudos. I am grateful that the only addiction I have is to sugar. Because I would not want an addiction to anything else. It's hard enough for me to think about not including sugar in my diet, which includes carbs. I'm also a carbaholic. I can't imagine having something that's like super affected my brain the way alcohol or nicotine does and trying to quit that, or heroin, anything like that, any of the opioids, just like brutal stuff. It's brutal. I've also heard of people, and I feel bad for these people, where they get sober and they want to celebrate, and they have people in their life, be it friends who I think they should ditch, or family that don't understand what a big deal the sobriety is, and just are like, why would we celebrate you doing the thing you're supposed to be doing? And it's like, because I couldn't always do the thing. That's why I would like to celebrate, right? Like, I feel bad for those people. They're just trying to be like, oh my gosh, look at me go, and they're not getting that kind of support. So I want everybody here to know, if you come in with like, because I don't judge people based on what they have in their past as far as drug use, right? If you've gotten clean, if you've gotten sober, if you've done a milestone like that, and you're celebrating a week, a month, a year, like whatever it is, and you want to come in and be like, I'm a year sober, we will celebrate with you, because that is huge. That is huge, and I support you making that effort. I'm proud of you. Because it's not easy. It is not an easy thing. And I genuinely would like to celebrate those moments for people so that they feel seen, they feel heard, they feel like their effort is worth it, and it helps keep them going with their sobriety. You know? We gotta support the peeps. Literally have beer stocked, because when alcoholics come in with withdrawals, it's deadly. Yup, that is true, Hemi. All addictive substances like the plague, because you refuse. And you know what, Hemi? That's fair. If you don't want to be like your father and you want to avoid that, that's valid. Get sober for something. Make sure they get a full day of celebration. Know how proud. Absolutely, Hemi. Same here. Support all the peeps. That's right, Tommy. That's right. Shortening, cream cheese, and sugar. Okay. We need a cup of sugar. I think my little guy is over here. Yay, nay? Yay. Is it dry? It's dry. Okay, we're going to pour our sugar out, and then we'll put it into the bowl as we whip things together. That's me next year. Going to try and kick the soda energy drink addiction. I'm here for you, Riku. I'm here for it. I think that is a fantastic thing to kick. And you got this. You got this. I believe in you. 100%. We will be here supporting you. Kicking the soda addiction is not easy. When they came up with high fructose corn syrup as a cheap way to make things sweet, I think they, like, I'm sure they knew how addictive it was, but I think they underestimated the effect on society and how hard it would be to kick. Project is being made up as I go. I have an idea of what I want, but it's to throw stuff together and see if I like it. Oh, it's one of those, Carrie. You got this. I'm sure it'll look amazing. You've got a talent for that stuff. Okay, we need the whisk attachment. So what we're gonna do is start by beating this together and then slowly pour the sugar in. I can drink 2 2-liter bottles in less than a week and 8 can't. Oh my God, that's way too much for sure, Riku. That is definitely way too much. That is a lot of caffeine and a lot of sugar. I need the centrifugal force to whip that stuff out of the whisk. There's the sugar. There we go. Beautiful. Excellent. What we found with my fiance's battle with sobriety and alcohol is that even now he is sober, and any little thing that happens, like being, whoop, excuse me, ad break, you are interrupting me. Any little thing that happens, like being sick or just grumpy, his family is just saying he's drinking again. That's not fair, AC. So he was at a point to say they always judge, so I might... Oh, no. I hope he didn't start drinking again, AC. I hope he didn't start drinking again. I'm lucky that my throat is so damaged that I can't have any kind of carbonation. So drinking any kind of carbonation feels like my throat is being torn apart. Makes it very easy to avoid it. That would make it easy to avoid it. That would. Because, yeah, I wouldn't want that either. Okay. Beat in an egg yolk and vanilla. And this is the part where if you're using the orange, you can add it in. So first things first, separating out the egg yolk. Well, that and whacking this off and knocking it down. But it's all back in the center to be nicely combined. Can you... What? Okay, that's weird. Me setting my whisk down on the food scale, even though I didn't touch the power button, apparently it conducted me through the whisk itself since it's metal and turned it on. That's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. When we get back from ads, I'll repeat what I said for AC, because I don't think they were able to hear me. Ads are a brute, but they're a necessity to Twitch. So we accept them as gracefully as we can. Family can definitely be the worst thing for fighting addictions. Okay. Separate the egg. Yes, you can see. So in this instance, you really want yolk only. But if there's a little bit of egg white left around the yolk, it's not the end of the world. This is not like meringue where having some of the other part is going to ruin the recipe. That one actually separated really nice. In with the yolk. Away with the egg snot. Just set that back there for the moment. Welcome back from the ads, friends. AC. That sucks that your fiance's family is terrible like that. Like that is not helpful, and I hope that through your support your fiance has not gone back to drinking. But definitely this is a situation where going low contact with the family might not be the worst idea if it's a feasible option, because I know that's also not something that everybody can necessarily do. Step in and show them all the love and support. Exactly, Hemi. Flavoring. Vanilla. 1 teaspoon. Is my teaspoon over here? I think it is. Sure is. Oh, vanilla smells so good. Make sure that the rim, the neck of the thing isn't super covered. Set that over there for a minute. This back up so we can beat it together. Southern fried chicken and buttermilk waffles topped with 100% pure Canadian maple syrup, served with a side of mixed green salad with fried tomatoes, bacon bits, and goat cheese, and paired with apple cider mimosa. Can you make that? So, physically, I can make that. I can't eat it, though. When I crack eggs, I would always put them in the sink to wash them, and then I would fill the shell with wax to make candles. Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool. Light Raid, thank you so much for the raid. Pokemon Invaders. My name is Saknika, but you may also hear me called Sam, and I am a member of Everbright Global Gaming and Set the Tone stream teams here on Twitch, and a variety streamer who does everything from bake, create, paint the nails, and sometimes play games. And today is day 11 of the 12 days of Christmas cookies, and we are working on setting up the cream cheese based Spritz. Light Wraith, how was your stream? How did it go? What were you up to? It is cookie time. It is cookie time. Yes. I think I lurked you briefly today. Persona 5? I think it was Persona 5. Let me get you a shouty outy. Because, oop, there's a the in there. I think Seamus is in, oh, there's Bubbly. Bubbly's here. Excellent. It was Persona 5. How did stream go? How was it? You guys, Light Wraith is a gem. You should definitely check him out. He is a little bit of a variety streamer himself. He's still settling in to his preferred niche, but he's boisterous. He's got a smile on his face at all times. He's very friendly and open, and he likes to have a good time. And he may or may not have played Phasmo with me once while he was drunk on his birthday. And it was hilarious. So you should give him a follow. You should absolutely give him a follow. Good stream. Yep, Persona 5 today. Got some wild story stuff today. It was a lot of fun. I am glad you had a lot of fun. And I'm really grateful that you chose to bring your friends over here to watch me swear at the cookie press. Because that will be happening in a little bit. I followed you. Bubbles followed you, AC. Oh, they're gonna decide who was here first. Physically, yes. Will she know? Yeah. That kind of stuff, Master of Splits is not what I usually make on stream. I do more baked goods than I do, like, meal cooking. He did relapse, but I was there. Simple. That is okay. That, yup, relapses do happen, and you listen in power and not put down because he relapsed. Absolutely, AC. It sounds like he's got a real winner. Sounds like he's got a real winner. The birthday Faz was fun. Thanks again for walking you through. Absolutely. I don't know how much you remember of it because you were definitely like 3 sheets to the wind, but it was fun. Seamus said 20 minutes while Case was streaming, and I booked it over here so fast. Yeah. Yeah. Because it's baking time. Light Wraith, as always, if you need to raid and run, if you need to get away from your computer and get that post-stream self-care, absolutely get your post-stream self-care because it's important. You've been busy, you've been working hard, you've been streaming, and sometimes you have other things to do. But if you want to stick around, if you want to hang out and watch me work on these cookies and swear at the cookie press, you are more than welcome to hang out. Whichever you prefer, just don't feel obligated. I love the emotes. Okay, we've got our vanilla and our egg in. Next up, we're going to sift and add in the flour, the salt, and the cinnamon. My poor little island is so full of everything. Wackety, wackety, wackety. Okay. Scrape down the sides. A good rubber spatula, by the way, always helpful. Always helpful for this. And I will say, we were talking about MLMs earlier. If there's an MLM, I would suggest that, like, their stuff is worth buying. It's Pampered Chef. Like, if you're going to pick one, Pampered Chef is decent. And the nice thing about Pampered Chef is that it is both a standalone company and an MLM, so you can just get their stuff without having to find a representative. It's got a decent reputation anyways. Weeby says I'm a bitch. Well, Weeby can suck it. Hi, Hazels. You agree on the Pampered Chef? Yeah. So we need 2.5 cups of flour. Do I use my 2-cupper and just add the 1/2 cup? I think I do. I think I'd rather use the smaller one in an extra measuring cup than use the giant measuring cup. I just have to, you know, find space for all of this stuff on my island. It's very full. It's very, very full. There's my 1/2 cupper, and to think we get to do this 3 times. 3 times of me trying not to lose my spot because my brain is just all over the place. I said betch with a cat girl inflection. Okay, fair, Weeby. Fair. You can agree that both said it. I've got many different items that are Pampered Chef. Same, Hazel. Same. Also, welcome in, Hazel. I hope you're doing well. I'll be lurking as I try and round up some lunch. Go get lunch, Light Wraith. I have to sneeze. Oh, much better. I wish I had a kitchen big enough to cook and bake, but sadly my kitchen isn't. Like if you stand in front of the stove and pivot 180 degrees, you are a foot away from the sink. Ours, so Seamus was saying this last night. Ours looks big on this camera, but this island right here is all of my workspace. This is it. This is what I have. That is all of our counter that you see right there. There is no other counter or surfaces in this kitchen. Not even next to the stove, which is over there. And this red that you see here, this is the table. This is our dining table. There is no other room to eat in. Behind here, like not even a full arm span, okay, is a wall. And there are 2 doors that take up most of the wall. And we've sort of squeezed, we have to custom build one that actually fits the space. Like a baker's rack to put a lot of stuff on. Because those are also our only cabinets right there. So it is actually a very small kitchen. It's just laid out in such of a way that it makes it look bigger than it actually is for as far as functional space goes. So my general feeling is if you have at least one surface, the motivation and perseverance to see it through with the tools that you have, all of the ingredients, and an oven, you can definitely bake. It just might be a tight squeeze. So today's dough differs from yesterday's in the ingredients mainly. So yesterday's was just butter, sugar, extract, and flour. Just those 4 ingredients. Today, we're using shortening instead of butter. We've got cream cheese in there. We've got sugar, an egg yolk, vanilla, flour, salt, and cinnamon. And if you want it, orange peel. You can't even move, let alone surface space. Yeah, if you don't have surface space, then you're a little screwed. Small kitchen for small bean. That's right, full speed. Your kitchen size is my workspace size. Yeah, I know since you are definitely overseas, AC, you guys have very small kitchens. Very, very small. Don't forget the dishwasher, aka Seamus. Seamus is, in fact, the dishwasher, Wazo. You are not wrong. You tend to get injured when you're cooking, Hemi. We can't have that. We can't have that. You got to find somebody to cook for you. These ones, Seamus and I both agree. If we had to pick one Spritz to keep, if we could only have one of them, this is the one. We both prefer the cream cheese base. Both are good. Both the butter base and the cream cheese base are good, but we prefer the cream cheese. There's something about it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put 2 cups into my 2-cup measuring and then add a 1/2 cup on top of it. And the way I keep these separated is I'm going to color the dough for the cream cheese based ones like my grandmother used to do with food coloring. So my maternal grandmother is the one where the butter spritz came from. And I never had her make them for me. So I have no, oh wait, I still need this. I have no And I'm not quite up to 2. I have no recollection, obviously, or precedence on how they should look, so I just leave them plain. But these ones, my grandmother, my paternal grandmother, always added fun colors to make them be like wreaths that were green or flowers that are red, so on and so forth. So I also color them with food coloring to follow that tradition a little bit. 2.5. You should definitely give them a go. Absolutely. Absolutely. Highly recommend. Especially if you're willing to work with a cookie press. That's why you have a toaster oven. That is exactly why you have a toaster oven, AC. We were playing fast, Jazz, Riku, and I. One of them pulled the card and both T3 Oh my goodness, Lunar. That's wild. Time I cut a tomato for a salad, and even though the tomato was on the cutting board and I was cutting it correctly, somehow I ended up slicing open my palm. What is that kind of luck, Hemlock? That's not good. Why you measure your flour in a wet measuring cup? Because it doesn't matter if it's wet or dry, it should be the same volume. And for me, it's easier to just measure it all in this and then pour it into my sifter in one go than to scoop out with 2 different measuring cups and sift onto a piece of wax paper so that I can sift the ingredients together and then pour it into my thing. Ma'am, hi, welcome in. How are you? Did I hear cream cheese? You love cream cheese? Yeah, cream cheese. They are easier to level off with flour, but technically speaking, you're not even supposed to measure flour in this way. You're supposed to weigh it. So we as Americans are doing it wrong in general. So I'm just gonna do it extra wrong. Yeah, the cookie press. The difference between wet and dry is just the ability to level them off. And I measure plenty of wet ingredients in the quote-unquote dry measuring cups. The volume is the same. If the volume were different, that would be a problem for the consistency of baking. Consistency not being the way your dough feels, but from time to time to time to time, from kitchen to kitchen to kitchen, like 1 cup should be 1 cup should be 1 cup, whether it's in what's considered a liquid measuring cup or a dry measuring cup. None of our Americans have weights. But you know what I noticed on the back of the King Arthur flour bag? I was very excited about this. There is a little thing on the bottom that says, we recommend weighing ingredients. 1 cup of our all-purpose flour is 120 grams. So King Arthur basically made it so that if you wanted to take your recipes, as long as you're using their flour, which technically speaking should just be across the board. It shouldn't be their flour is different from another flour. It should be across the board. 1 cup should be 120 grams. So in theory, we could convert our recipes. We could, right? It's super nice. Am I going to be bothered with that? Nope, sure not. Not right now. When I make my cookbook, I'll probably try to be good because I want it to be accessible no matter where you are in the world, but that's not right now. I need a 1/4 teaspoon of cinnamon and I need a 1/2 teaspoon of salt. There's the 1/2 and the 1/4. And these go in here with the flour. And then they get sifted all together. We are once again going to do our salt over the garbage because this has a tendency to come out real fast and then be everywhere. Salt. Cinnamon. So 2.5 cups of flour, 1/4 teaspoon of cinnamon, and 1/2 teaspoon of salt, all going to be sifted into our dough. To what type of cinnamon you like to use? I didn't know there were different kinds of cinnamon. This is basic bitch Hannaford brand ground cinnamon. I didn't know that there were differences. I used the King Arthur gingerbread cookie recipe and it had weights and I was delighted. Yeah, King Arthur is really good like that. You need to understand the nickname for my name literally means bad. What? Even if something is supposed to be childproof, I find ways to get hurt. Oh my goodness, Hemi. What are we gonna do with you? We need like bubble wrap for you, Hemi. Like people-sized bubble wrap. That's what we need. All in. 50, 50, 50. Collect high! Your nails came out so good. You're gonna have to send me pictures. You're gonna have to send me pictures. Did DH do them or did you go to a salon? I'm assuming DH did them. You love basic bitch cinnamon? Yeah. Yes. Basic bitch cinnamon. Posted them in absolutely a salon. Nice. I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see. Paddle. Paddle attachment. Premix so I don't get a flower facial. There we go. Roughly bring it together so that all the flour is dampened. Turn it on. Paddle these nuts. Oh my goodness, bubbly. Somebody out there likes that. It's not me, because I don't have nuts, but somebody likes it. It was a Christmas present from Full Speed. What a good Christmas present. Full Speed is a really good egg. He's very thoughtful. Okay. There's that. So now this, I'm going to set aside in its own bowl. We will dye it at the end because I need to do 3 batches. So what I'm gonna do is set 2 aside separately and then the third split between them, and I will dye 1 red and 1 green. This is another one of those doughs too that just has a really good tactile feel. The candy cane dough has a good tactile feel. The Buttercream bonbon dough has a good tactile feel, and this one has a really good tactile feel. I don't know. I'm a very tactile person. I've always been a tactile person. My favorite way to fidget, I guess, is with a piece of tape. Just basic old Scotch tape that you wrap presents with. I love that sticky tactileness. It pleases me. My OT, my occupational therapist, gave me this putty to work with for my hand, and she was like, you have to bring it back with you every time. And I was like, okay, no problem, because we would work with it there. And then she found out when I was there one day because we were doing something. I was like, oh, I love this exercise. And she's like, you do? And I was like, yeah, I do this at home all the time. She's like, wait, you're actually using the putty at home like I suggested? I was like, every night, several times a night, because I really like the tactile feel of the putty. And she's like, you don't have to bring the putty in anymore. Because that's the truth, right? A lot of times people go to physical therapy or occupational therapy, they're given exercises and they do not follow through with them. But I really like the tactile feel of that putty. And I'm pretty sure it's mine for life, so I will be playing with that for the rest of my life. Because it's silicone based. I can tell because it tried to permanently adhere itself to my nail art mat, which is silicone. And I like playing with it. It's my kind of tactile goodness. It pleases me. I believe the correct word is stimming. But I hesitate to call it that because I don't have official diagnoses, which would require stimming, but it's so nice. I did get an early Christmas present too. Bubbly put it in the Discord. You need my mod list for Peak? Gave me Peak roll. I will post it. It's very simple. There's like 3 mods on it. Tried the bubble wrap thing before I fell down and immediately twisted my wrist. Hammy, no! You also like the Scotch tape fidget? Yes. At least you're honest about it. Yeah, if you're honest about the fact that you're not going to do the exercises at home, they can compensate. It's when you lie and they're like, I don't understand why you're not getting better as quickly as you could be, that it becomes a problem. Yeah, there's the Discord. There's the Discord. Okay, where was I? Starting over. That's where I was. We need to put this in the recycle bin because I'm not going to need it. I can brain. It's really true. Okay, we need 1 cup of Crisco, aka shortening. Wow. There's that. We need 1/3 of a cup of cream cheese. So here comes this fun one. Here comes this fun one, where we get to smash it into a measuring cup, because that's the best and safest way to measure this now. Thank you, Philadelphia. Someday I'll get over it. That day is not today. And it's not that I can't do this, right? Like, I am perfectly capable of smashing cream cheese into a measuring cup. I just like to take the easy route. And you do have to push it down to make sure there's no air bubbles, which is why I'm using a knife, because it's a very rigid, solid thing that can make sure there's no air bubbles. Oh, I'm very excited too. You guys, speaking of Faz, they, and I'm saying they as in the community, have finally unlocked the upgradable trophy. I did contribute some points to it, so I am part of the community that unlocked this ability. I'm very excited to start working on my trophy so that it can be done. And if you read, I don't know if I spoke about this before yet. If you read the release notes for Phasmo in the, not like the patch notes, but in the game itself, there's like that over where you can see your achievement progress and whatnot. There's a pamphlet on how the event functions. At the bottom, it talks about, you know, you'll have 3 upgrades available this year. Don't worry, you can still work on them next year, or the 4th upgrade. So it's going to be, as I suspected, where we're kicking it off with like 3, and then subsequent years after there will be a new one, so that people who do complete the upgrades this year have something to do the following year. Which means if you don't get it done this year, which is totally fine. Like, everybody's got different amounts of time that they can spend on a video game, right? You don't get it done this year, you can continue to work on it next year. But like, if you get barely anything done, instead of having 3 levels to do, now you got 4 if you want to get to the highest, so on and so forth. But the other nice thing about it is, if they're going to keep adding to it, which eventually they may have to give a new trophy because they'll just have nothing more they can add to it, right? But it gives a little bit of time for people who are just starting Phaz to catch up on some of the trophies, so they can also have the really cool trophy. Today is Sunday, not someday. You know, one of those things, bubbly. I'm having fun making the critter's body, just ignoring the fact that I should be figuring out how to attach the leg. Yeah, definitely ignore that fact, Carrie. You'll figure it out when the time comes. Okay. Let's get this smashed together. And we need a cup of sugar. That is indeed a cup. In it goes. Turn that up a little so that I can whip it out of the whisk. Yeah. Yeah. Excellent. Okay. Gonna whack it off. Scrape the sides down. Get it all nice and back into the middle, and anything that didn't quite get mixed gets in there. Kind of lift it off the bottom too if you feel like it's extra stuck on that. I will say, that is one of the nice things about hand mixers versus stand mixers. With a hand mixer, you can just, like, you control where the beaters go, and it can be a little easier to incorporate everything quickly. Whereas with a stand mixer, you've got to go through the effort of scraping it down and getting things where it belongs and so on and so forth. Okay, we need an egg yolk. Separate using the shell itself. If you have an egg separator, you can use that. If you want to use a different method, because like you could literally crack an egg into a bowl and scoop it up with your fingers, and the white will fall away, and you can just scoop the yolk out. There is also, I've heard that it actually does work, but the plastic bottle method, where you squeeze the bottle and suck the yolk into it, that is an option. Like there's just many ways to separate the yolk from the white, whatever one is comfortable for you. I used to exclusively use an egg separator, but they don't make them like they used to, so I learned how to do it with the shell. I also have been known, if it's really being persnickety, to just put it into the bowl and scoop it out with my hands. I don't feel like I dripped it down the side this time, so we'll just put this on. We mix this back up. I think I'm getting sick again. I'm so cold and everything. Oh no, AC, I hope you're not getting sick again. That would suck. That would suck. Hopefully you're just a little run down before the holidays from stress. And it'll go away quick. That'll do. If you could not scooch your way back towards the wall, that'd be great, mixer. Whacky whack. Gotta whack it off. Okay. Also, if you would stay in position. Oh, whack it off. That's right, Seamus. Scrape down the sides. Back to the middle. Give this a little scrape. Whack it in. Okay, now we have to add our flour and our cinnamon and our salt. This is one of those recipes that once I put it together, once I basically have it memorized what I need to do next. Every time I feel better, I do too much and then exhaust myself. That is not unusual. That's not unusual, AC. Because we all want to just get right back into it and get back to our lives and stuff, and we are very prone to overdoing it in doing so. Seamus did buy me another bag of flour today, by the way, you guys. We're going to need it. If not today, tomorrow. That works. Oh, I also saw a really funny post on Facebook disputing, I'm pretty sure I saved it, disputing the idea that cooking is art and baking is science. It said that art, no matter how bad it comes out, somebody still likes it. And that is not the case with food. If you screw up or you make a mess, it's going to be potentially inedible, not enjoyable, and thus defeats the purpose of being food. Whereas it's the science in that you are combining things to get a specific flavor profile, and there can be a wrong answer. But baking is religion. We don't know why we have to do it this way, but we do, and we follow the directions. And I was like, yeah, that sounds more appropriate. So baking is religion. I don't know what we're gonna call this religion, but that's what it is now. I will see if I saved that image, and I will share it in the Discord, because it was so funny and it was so true. Salt. I have Whack It Off merch because it became a thing I say. It's got a whisk on it. It's fun. You're stubborn? Yeah. I feel the stubbornness. I feel the stubbornness, AC. In we go. Shloop. Oh, I don't know if Suspenders is still listening in, but yesterday we did end up going to the mall, which both is a good thing and a bad thing. It wasn't nearly as busy as I thought it would be. Like, it's a good thing because it allowed us to have easier movement around and to, like, find stuff without a lot of crowds, but it's kind of sad because it means more and more people are turning to just it. And I mean, I'm no exception, turning to internet shopping to get stuff for people for the holidays. But while we were there, we were in this one kitchen shop, which, like, how could I not go in a kitchen shop? Thank you. And they had Tim Tams. Did we buy them? No, because I didn't get Seamus's attention fast enough and we needed to keep moving. But they had Tim Tams, and I thought about it. I did think about it. So worst case, if I need to, I can go back there and get Tim Tams. Just the original flavor. Nothing fancy. Or if you don't and substitute, you get cookies with sugar substitute. Yeah, that is true. Yep. And substituting with baking is a tricky matter. The thing I want to try it's going to be an experiment. And I don't know if I want to do the experiment on stream or if I want to do the experiment quietly by myself. Is I have this recipe for hot water chocolate cake. It is delicious. But I want to convert it to a hot water vanilla cake. And I have to decide if it's a case of I can just take the cocoa out and make it as is and it's gonna be fine. Or if it's a case that I have to take the cocoa out and substitute back with a specific amount of flour, which there are very interesting flour to cocoa ratios that you follow for that, you know, math, to make it work. The reason why I'm debating between the two is because if I remember right, you can make the hot water chocolate cake with either cocoa powder or chocolate squares. And I don't know if the chocolate squares count in this case as a dry ingredient or not. If they count as a dry ingredient, then I do have to do a flour substitution. But if they don't, if they count as like just an ingredient that doesn't necessarily need to be resubstituted, that would mean that the cocoa powder is just an alternative, doesn't count towards the dry ingredients, and I should be able to just remove it and get vanilla. So I'm debating on what I want to do, how I want to handle that. Because I'm not 100% sure. But I really want to try making it into a vanilla cake instead of a chocolate, because there's two different ways to do the old-fashioned pudding sauce. One is to make it a vanilla pudding sauce for chocolate cake, and then there's a way to make it a vanilla pudding sauce for, or not a vanilla, a lemon pudding sauce for vanilla cake. And I really want to try the lemon pudding sauce, because I don't feel like lemon and chocolate goes together personally. Like chocolate and orange, sure, but lemon and orange, I'm not as much of a fan of it. Now, in theory, I could make it an orange pudding sauce too, probably, because I think it's just a matter of switching the extracts, which is kind of fun. In which case I could potentially do an orange pudding sauce for a chocolate cake, which would probably be really decadent. Oh, why didn't I think of that before? Oh no, I've created a monster in myself. This is bad. But I want to try to convert it to a vanilla cake, because it's also, this particular cake is so moist and wonderful. Like, I don't particularly, this is heresy, I know I'm speaking heresy, but I don't particularly like most chocolate cakes because they're very dry, and or I feel like they stick to the roof of my mouth, partially because they're dry and I'm the one, like my saliva is rehydrating it, and I just don't like that feeling. I don't like the mouth feel, and a drier chocolate cake always tends to really bring out the dark chocolate flavor, and I'm not a fan of dark chocolate. I prefer milk chocolate. So for me, I need that moisture chocolate cake, and this is like the perfect moistness level. It's so good. Ugh. Water, so good. Why bother going to a store and deal with long lines and tons of people when you can just sit on your couch and have it delivered to you? It's true, Hemi. It's true. I do need to substitute shortening to butter. I can get Crisco, but it's in another city store and 3 times more expensive. Yeah, if it's going to be 3 times more expensive, I don't blame you. And you can substitute Crisco to butter 1-to-1. Lemon and chocolate is no, way too dry. Yeah, right, Hemi? Right? It's just, it would be odd. It would be odd. Okay, 3rd time, last time. First step, Crisco. Yeah, I have never had a problem personally doing a 1-to-1 ratio for Crisco to butter. That has always worked for me. Okay, these are all now ready for the recycling bin. And since they're stacked together, they take up less space. Oh, excuse me. Sometimes cold water gives me the hiccups. Today is one of those days. I will not be using the egg whites for anything, so I don't care if schmutzy stuff from the spatula gets in there. Seamus and I always have the best of intentions to use the egg whites, and then we never do. So I'm just not even going to kid myself. It's not going to happen. Oh, you can't hear it, but I can hear the air bubbles popping out of this as I squish it down. The only lemon and chocolate success I've had has been a Sea Candy's dark chocolate lemon truffle. Oh, that sounds interesting though, Hazel. That does sound interesting. Meringue. What about meringue? AC? Oh, for the egg whites. So yes, they could be used for a meringue, but I have no need for a meringue right now. So yeah, they're just whoop. And I don't save them long term because usually if I'm making something that requires the meringue, it also requires some or all of the yolks of the eggs anyways. My chocolate cake, I've got a chocolate buttermilk cake recipe. Ooh, I'm always interested in other people's cake recipes. Just whipped it into a meringue, put some nuts in there, and put it in. See, I don't like nuts in my stuff. No nuts. And it's not even necessarily a flavor thing. It's like a texture thing. I just don't like eating nuts. They're very, I don't know, they're like upside down. They're upside down shaped. And for those who don't understand why I say that, I taste in shapes, and there are just certain shapes that don't taste good to me. Which apparently, according to the psychologist that I spoke to for part of my ADHD testing, which I'm still waiting for the results on, that could be a sign of ADHD because apparently the ADHD brain interprets that kind of stuff, like sensory things, in creative ways. And I didn't know that. The first time I told Seamus that I taste in shapes, he just looked at me and he was like, okay then. Which I get, like, that is a very weird thing to have somebody say to you. Because it was a night that he was asking what I wanted to eat. And I was like, nothing seems appetizing. I was like, I want round things. And he was like cherries? And I was like, no, like the flavor shape. I was like, oh, right. Right, this is not a way most people describe it. Round is my favorite flavor, by the way. And it's creamier things give me the round flavor. So like ice cream, pudding, yogurt. Those are all very round and wonderful. Certain really creamy soups can fall into the round category, though a lot of them are oval. And bless Seamus for just hearing me say these things and going, okay. Because I've definitely had the experience of people being like, what is wrong with you? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. It hasn't been diagnosed. It is a very ADHD thing, Hemi. Yeah, that's what I've been told. But I will not officially say I have ADHD until I get the results back. You don't like nut in your stuff? Yeah, that's right, ma'am. That's right. It's rich and bright. Ooh, I like that, Hazel. Ooh, excuse me. That's not what I wanted to do. Thank you. I don't know what you... It must have been Swedish that Seamus was saying to Mem. I don't understand it. You enjoying your C's advent calendar? Nice. You like straight things. Do you taste in shapes too, Riku? That's best by far. Have you ever had the dark chocolate raspberry buttercream? Sounds amazing. When I said the nut thing, you personally like nuts a lot. Ah, very good. Yeah, most people do. And sometimes I will eat them. Sometimes they tickle my fancy, but most times I'm kind of like meh. Meh. I am putting some of this stuff like in the sink and whatnot because I will not need more than 3 batches. If I somehow need more than 3 batches, I have a problem. And putting it in the sink gets it out of my way. You're allergic to coconut. Oh, especially D's nuts. Oh my God, Seamus. If it's straight, I enjoy it more. I am super glad I am not alone in this REQ. Sugar, 1 cup. Is the dark chocolate scotch mallow? Marshmallow and caramel? I feel like I am missing out. Because that also sounds amazing. And yes, this year, Seamus introduced me to the Terry's chocolate orange. And I now have my 3rd one on my desk for the month. They are really good. 1 cup. Something I cannot stand is oh my God, I can't stand ASMR either, REQ. Nope, not for me. Not for me. And like there are certain sounds I find pleasant, but not like that. Especially the whispering, I just want to rip my ears out of my head. I don't mind a ticking clock in real life, but I don't want it on a camera. These is amazing. Send me a link so that I can look into it, Wazo. Yeah, whispering, it's so bad, right, AC? And I know for some people, ASMR is like the greatest gift they've ever been given. But it makes my skin crawl like nails on a chalkboard. I mean, some people, they just have a really good voice, and I could listen to them for hours because I like the sound of their voice. There are certain experiences with music in sound that I really enjoy, but that whispering and the tapping and like purposefully crinkling bags, no thank you, not for me. I'm very happy for the people who it is for, but not for me. And I will say this as well, okay? To all content creators out there, because there is this kind of divide on ASMR, for the love of everything, if you choose to, especially out of character, make an ASMR video as part of your thing, please put that in the beginning of the title. Please make it really obvious, because I really hate when I have a creator that I've been following for their comedy or for, you know, Cooking Insight or whatever, who just decides to try out the ASMR at random, and I go in thinking it's going to be their typical video, and then the tapping starts and the whispering, and I'm just like, no, and I have to click off because I wasn't warned. It's like, please don't surprise me like that. Please don't surprise any of us like that. Just be upfront that you're doing an ASMR thing. It's fine. I don't begrudge you for it, but I don't want to watch it. So bad to me. It's so bad to me. Raya says Project Break Time since... Oh, Aria says Project Break Time since she's trying to rub on things while you're using sharp objects. Yeah, that's definitely break time, Carrie. That's definitely break time. The brush on the microphone with shaving cream. Oh. Yeah, no thank you, AC. Like rain and snow and even thunderstorms. Yes, exactly. Tapping and whispering is a big... I agree, Riku. I agree. You can't go back to that streamer then. Yeah, it takes away the safe spot. Thankfully, most of the people who've done that to me, I've managed to get back in and be okay with it. But it does. It takes away the safety feeling. I found a man from Korea who goes camping and who does slight ASMR in the rain and snow and all is relaxed. Right, and that's fine because it's usually natural noises, not like super up close with the mic and doing weird shit. We love C's so much that we can identify each flavor in the box without taking a bite. That's amazing, Hazel. That's amazing. Give me an opera singer and I will gladly listen to them for hours. Opera is amazing also. You had to, yeah, Seamus didn't like the ticking of the bathroom clock. I don't mind clocks ticking. I just don't want them like amplified in a mic. Save spot gone. Yep, exactly. There's a C's Candies in New York and you can order online and have it shipped to you. Ooh, New York City or New York the state? Because there's a difference on whether or not I can easily access it physically in that case. We need the egg yolk. Because if it's just in the state somewhere, easy to drive to. If it's in the city, I have to take a train because I ain't driving into that mess. And if I can go in person, I will. Because I like the adventure. But yeah, if it's in the city, I would order it online. We had 2 good ones, and now this one wants to misbehave. There it goes. Perfect. Egg yolk. Goodbye, shell. New York City. Okay, yeah, I would either take a train or have it shipped then. Yeah. I don't mind clock ticking, but you hate it when somebody points it out. Yeah, just let it be in the background. And the deeper the voice when telling, oh yeah, deep baritone voices are so good. I also love deep baritone singing and like medieval chanting. I can handle softer talking when it's storytelling, but I cannot handle when they get close to the mic and yes, the friggin' mouth sounds. Yes, I can't stand those. Already made you dry heave. Yeah, yep. If you ever happen upon a store in person, they give you free samples. I do love free samples. Who doesn't love free samples? They're great. Except for the weird Chinese places in the mall. Those, like, I'm all for good Chinese food, but mall Chinese food hits different. And not necessarily in a good way. I will never forget. Okay, true story. I used to work in a mall. I worked one of the kiosks for seasonally, selling calendars. And this was back when malls were still like relatively boisterous. Amazon wasn't a big thing yet. It was starting to grow, but it wasn't a big thing, right? And there were a lot of mall employees, and one day, just like a ton of people went and it was a thing. Chinese was on the menu, apparently, for all of these people. They went and had Chinese food, and anybody who got anything with chicken was out sick the next day with food poisoning. It was just like, whoosh, wiped out half the mall employees. I was like, wow, thank goodness I don't eat mall Chinese, because, oh my goodness. Like the guy from God of War, he can read me a story any day. I don't know the guy from God of War. I like white chocolate a lot, Hazel. I like white chocolate. I think it's tasty. White hot chocolate is also really good if you've never had it. It's different, but it's really good. 1 teaspoon of vanilla. I think I did drip the... Yes, I did. That clean? Okay. White hot chocolate, yeah. Either deeper voices or really soft, higher voices. Soft, higher voices are also really pretty. Stephen Fry had a good voice for stories. I don't know Stephen Fry either. I don't know. Like, these names are foreign to me. Let's get this whipped together. Also does white chocolate stuff too. White chocolate key lime truffle. White. Ooh, the key lime truffle sounds super good. I would definitely try a white chocolate key lime truffle. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look this up. Especially because, like, my experience with this kind of stuff, unfortunately, is like those cheaper Valentine's Day gift boxes, especially the cherry cordials, which are just, oh, they're too ungodly sweet. I'm not a fan. So having a place to try it that does it good and proper would be nice. That's something else I want to try someday. When I finally muster up the courage to attempt tempering chocolate, I want to try making truffles. Like chocolate truffles. I think that would be fun. Flour. Yeah, this bag will get me started on the sugar cookies, but there sure shit ain't 6 cups of flour in here. So I'll be getting into the other bag. So let it be known that next year, oh right, I still need to put the extra half cup in here. Next year we will be buying 20 pounds of flour, Seamus. It's a lot of flour. And no, that'll be enough. 20 pounds will do it. Because 15, no, I'll need a little bit more than 20, but that'll be fine. I was right the first time I was thinking about it. A little more. Okay, these can sit back over here, out of my way. Back soon, no worries. Those are garbage compared to these. That's what I figured, Wazo. That's what I figured. Give me that. Yeah. You're salivating here, AC? Absolutely. Welcome back. Welcome back. I was saying, Hazel, that I would absolutely go for a white chocolate key lime truffle, and that the only experience I've ever had with chocolate truffles is the garbage ones you get from a supermarket, like the cherry cordials, which are way too ungodly sweet. So it would be nice to have a proper one. And someday when I muster the courage up, woohoo, to learn to temper chocolate, I want to make chocolate truffles. Yeah, horrible. Exactly. Exactly. And collect them with you. Yeah, gimme. Gib. Cinnamon. Do 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 do. Set that stuff out of the way. We're gonna sift this in. Voila. Okay, I got a little bit of schmutzes on the handle here. That's better. I typically only wash that sifter, by the way, if A, I'm about to bake for somebody with celiacs and I need to sift whatever it is that's going into their stuff. I wash it real good to sanitize it down to not have any flour residue left on it. B, I've used powdered sugar because that's sticky and an ant magnet. Or C, it's starting to get a little needy. But typically speaking, I whack enough of the flour out of it that I'm like, I don't want to wash it too much because these particular sifters are really prone to rusting. Tempering of chocolate is amazing. It looks amazing, but it also is a process. Bean, hi, welcome in. How are you? Chocolate truffles are so good. We have some places here that do them, and Full Speed brought some back from Ohio last time he went. Oh, sounds amazing, Collect. Okay, this one is ready. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to take one of the bowls that I already have, and I'm gonna take half of it out and put it in here. Because now it's time to make this colorful. We'll start with the red and then we'll do the green. Let me get, excuse me, the rest of the stuff out of the way. And I need to rinse my hands off a little bit here. I need to remember too to really do a moisturizing regimen for my hands tonight because I was noticing it in my shower today that they're a little drier than they should be. Just a little bit. It doesn't help that I've had to wash them 3 or 4 extra times because Hera has demanded her uppies or she'll die. Tragically. And they make soft centers, nuts and chews, truffles, bonbon suckers. Ooh. Ahi tuna sashimi served with Chateaubriand and a side of sauteed bell peppers paired with bread pudding and a glass of Dom Perignon. If you are into that, then go for it. You can get pre-made boxes or you can build your own too. Oh, I love build your own. I love build your own. Okay, grab one of these. And this is kind of why I was not smushing it together, because now I can just easily try to get half of it. I am not going to be particularly anal about this. I just need to get roughly half in here. Yeah, I do a lot of baking master splits. I don't do cooking, and I've never done a cooking stream, and I don't intend to. Now, Vinland, my teammate who showed up earlier, who is celebrating his birthday today, he does cooking streams when he is able. Those are definitely up his alley. I just like baking. I'm really not interested in cooking. Which is why in this household, my fiance Seamus, he takes care of a lot of the cooking. Because cooking is more his thing. He doesn't really like to bake. Shake up the red. Actually, this can go over here. I will put that into this at some point. Hi, Dova. Welcome in. How are you? Oh my God. Why won't you open? Did you get... Oh, there you go. You sealed yourself. Holy smokes. Red food coloring. This is gel food coloring, so you don't need as much of it. And remember... Whoop. It will be darker when it bakes. because the sugar in the dough caramelizes and that thus leads to a deeper color. You can always add more, but you can't take it away. Doing okay today? I am doing good, Dove. I'm glad to hear you're doing okay today. It's always nice when you're not having as bad a day as a previous one. I do need a little bit more though. And the reason why I need more is because you can see it looks speckly. And there's a lot of dough in here, so like that's fair. That's fair.
The world's best glumper is incoming.
Rukia,
Hello,
hi! How are you?
Rukia.
Welcome in. Yes. Yes, that looks much better. So what I'm looking at right now is it's not streaky. It doesn't look like it's speckled with white. It's a homogeneous red. So there's our red dough. Get as much of it off of the paddle as we can. Okay. Paddle comes off. I'm doing good. How about yourself, Rukia? Are you having a good day? Are you having a good Sunday? It's late for you, isn't it? It's like 10 or 11 o'clock. Need to reclaim a bowl. So we're going to combine these. Since this is our other half. And I'm just being very careful because it's going to be a very full bowl. Okay. Scrape as much of this out as I can. Perfect. Actually, let's swap these. Because this is now going to go in our empty bowl. For this recipe, by the way, if it seems to be a little too dry, this would be one where I would add a little bit of milk in to try and dampen it, because I would be very hesitant to add in more shortening.
She's a potato.
Duty, hi, how are you? It's a pretty color, right? It's such a good red. The ones that I like, by the way, are AmeriColor. So this is super red. They are gel food colors. AmeriColor is also who I have my colored sugar from, if I remember right. My mom got it for me for Christmas years ago, and sugar doesn't go bad. So I still have it, still using it for my sugar cookies. Because instead of icing my sugar cookies, I make the shapes and then I sprinkle colored sugar on top. I did my mom's nails. She's ready for Christmas. Let's go. And it's 9:44. Okay, so you're not quite as far ahead of me as I thought you were. That's excellent. Into the bowl. Now we need green. Let me grab my green. How did your plate upping go last night, Tootie? You went for a good long while, it looked like. Oh, there's definitely still little remnants of cat hair on my face that itches. Okay. Green. This is a leaf green. Oh. The oils on my hand from the dough are eating the ink on the label. So there's that. They are eating the ink on the label. Wasn't expecting that. But that explains why the red one is such a mess too. I just looked down at my hands and I was like, oh, well. Let's make it green. We'll probably have to add more in too, but again, you can always add more. You can't take it away. See if I can do it while it's still running. Sure can. Red and green and red for holiday cookies. Still not quite satisfied. There we go. Now that's a green. Just giving it a few more go-arounds to make sure it's all mixed through. We're good. Gorgeous. The food coloring did also, yes, help add a little moisture into the dough. But again, if this dough seems really dry to you, you could add a little bit more Crisco. I would suggest, though, either using cream, like milk, and because there's egg in here that adds moisture, you could also use a little bit of water. Add it at like a teaspoon at a time. Because it really doesn't take a lot to make a difference. It really doesn't. I mean, look at how it went from crumbly to together with just a little bit of food coloring. And unlike the candy canes, which took fucking ever with bowls this full, the Spritzes will not, because the Spritzes use a lot more dough at once, which is nice. It's very nice. Okay. Cover it back up. Helps keep the air out, which helps keep it from drying. Now this goes in here, this goes in here, and this goes in here, and this is all gonna go in the sink just like that to soak, so that it is easier to clean. Right, AC? It's super pretty. Well, I say it's gonna go in the sink. If it has space, it does. it's nice and full with water. Excellent. I'm once again going to rinse my hands. Because now I've got to assemble the cookie press. I have to assemble the beast. Well, actually, I also have to wipe down the island a little bit. But the beast must be assembled. We must pick out the dies that we're going to use, which is what the little things that you put in to make the shapes are called. They're called dies. We have to put it all back together because I pulled it apart for cleaning purposes last night. Okay, so there's the cookie press. Real quick. I will no longer need the food coloring. This is the last project that requires it, so that can go back over on my little baker's rack. And this is mostly just flour that has, like when you're working with flour, it puffs into a fine mist and ends up everywhere. Which is why the thing that's definitely happening on Tuesday after all of this is done is a good old vacuum and mop. Because there's definitely like a fine coating of flour on most things in this kitchen at this point, including the floor. That is just the nature of the beast. When you bake dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of cookies, that is what happens. Especially all at once. There we go. Beautiful. Lock that into place because that's safe. Yeah, you don't want dry spritz dough. It's miserable, right, Kissy? I had dry spritz dough yesterday for a little bit, and I was not happy. But a little bit of extra butter fixed that problem. Okay. I typically don't use any of these for the cream cheese based spritz. It's one of those cases where when I pause like that, I can picture what I want to say in my brain. Getting the words out is a whole other story. It's a whole other story, and I'm sure people can relate to that. One thing's for certain, I'm very well hydrated these days. I definitely use that, and I definitely use that. There is a shape guide, just to remind me what they look like. And it's on the back of the box. So let me actually, so you can see what I'm looking at here. So this is the shape guide on what each die looks like when you smush it out. So I will be using this one for sure. Excuse me, Fuzzy. And I use this one. And I usually use this one. I think I may actually pull this one out and not use it. I think I just want these two. The struggle with the ones with like a lot of dots is actually getting them to push the dots through. That's always the struggle. And then, you know what? I'm going to use a shape I have not used before for when I mix the dough together. So inevitably, I usually just make some wreaths and some flowers, but I think I want to try an extra shape. inevitably I always end up with a little bit of each color that just doesn't have a spot. Like there's not enough for one go either way, so I combine them together. And that is what I am pulling a die out that I like what the shape looks like to do. It's gonna be at the very bottom, isn't it? There it is. That one. We'll try that one. Because I do like that I can have two different shapes based on if I'm doing the butter or the cream cheese spritz, right? Two different sets of shapes. I think that's fun. And I appreciate that they have the guide right on the box, which is part of what, like, aside from the fact that it makes it nice to store everything by keeping the box, it's also very handy when trying to decide what exactly I'm doing to have the box. Okay, set the recipe back over here. So first things first, this poor thing, like, it's ground. There's some sharp points I have to be careful of. Oh, I've got it upside down. Okay, that's locked into place. Excellent. I will start with the red. Concave down, convex up, and we'll go on like that. What am I preheating my oven to? Flip. 350 for 12 to 15 minutes. That's right, these ones take longer. The other ones are like flash baked. Nothing in the oven. Also, for safety's sake, don't try, like, yes, you could up the temperature to be higher in an effort to cook these for less time, but sometimes the middle doesn't cook through properly, and that can lead to food poisoning. Much better moist. Okay, calling, little project done. Need to wrap it before he gets home so it can be a surprise. You got this, Carrie. I'm glad you managed to get it done. That's what the apron is for. Getting flour off of the counter. Island, surface, worktop. Come over here, my beautiful overhead camera. Need that. Pixie, hi, love you. All is definitely going well. How are you today? Need that chapstick. Okay, we got a tray. Excellent. Now I need to fill this with some red dough. Nope, we do it this way. In it goes. This is another one where we're going to count them as we go. Because all trays are not created equal. All dies are not created equal, and dough does not behave in equal manners. Sometimes it fights you more than others. Sometimes the cookie press fights you more than other times, huh, cookie press? But you're going to be nice to me today, right, cookie press? If only I could hear its response. It's probably laughing at me, honestly. That seems appropriate. Set this down for a moment. I want paper towel. Oh my goodness, Legatus. It's an actual Legatus raid this time. Hi, Legatus. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Seknika, but you may also hear me called Sam. I am a member of Everbright Global Gaming and Set the Tone stream teams, and a variety streamer here on Twitch that does everything from bake, create, paint her nails, and sometimes play games. And today is day 11 of the 12 days of Christmas cookies, and I am working on cream cheese based Spritz. We have just finished putting all of the dough together, and now we're about to fight the cookie press. Again, how was your stream, Legatus? How did it go? How was Ground of Aces? You forget those so often. Listen, you streamed. You did good enough. You don't have to remember your freight message. Now you're here twice. You're double parked, Kissy. Merry Blessed Yule to you as well, Pixie. Merry Blessed Yule as well to you. You want cookies? Do. Right? You guys, if you don't know Legatus, 10 out of 10, amazing person, wonderful streamer, plays a lot of 2-point things, which are silly builder games, I guess, builder management games. I don't know anything about Ground of Aces that they were playing, but it's a good time over there. It's a good time over there. Very, very cute PNG tuber. Highly recommend. Hit the follow button. You will not regret it. Game was fun. You're building a World War II RFA base. Oh, interesting. I wonder if my brother knows of this game, because he very much likes World War II games. He very much likes them. That sounds fun, though. I hope you had a great stream. And of course, if you need to raid and run, if you need to get post-stream self-care, if you've got to eat or use the bathroom or just plain stretch your legs, get away from the computer, I totally understand. And I appreciate you bringing your community over here. But if you want to hang around, if you want to watch the misery that is the cookie press, you are welcome to stick around. We may need a bigger extrusion for this one. A bigger setting. Welcome to the struggle of the cookie press. That's definitely not a cookie. That is definitely not a cookie. I take Obi out and do some stuff, but you're lurking though. I appreciate that, Pixie. Build and manage the base, get planes, and send them on missions. Petting the base dog is very important. How many times did you pet it for Kissy? Cookie press? Cookie press? Can we talk about this? Are you gonna make me retire this one in lieu of something else? Because this is not very becoming of you, Cookie Press. Yeah, we're not fighting with this. This one doesn't want to behave, so we're going to use a different die. That's simple. Dog spent a lot of time in the latrine, probably drinking out of it. So stinky doggy. Listen, have water, will drink. Doesn't matter where it comes from. That is like the dog's creed. That is like a dog's creed right there. So we're gonna repeat a shape. We're gonna repeat a shape because, yeah, that's just a mess. That is like what your Play-Doh looked like as a kid. 100%. Yeah, you seem to really like anything that's buildery, Legatus, which I respect, because I too love a good builder. I too love a really good builder, which is why I play a lot of RimWorld. I play a lot of RimWorld. I will get other people into RimWorld. I would like to see more of my friends commit war crimes. I mean, raise families on distant planets. Did I say war crimes? I meant smoke leaf and commit war crimes. You like husbandry, Riku? Oh, that's fun too. I love open world crafting and building games. Those are fun. Those are fun, Legatus. I like the idea of RimWorld. If it ever goes on sale, and there is that. RimWorld is definitely expensive, and I've never seen it go on sale for more than 20%. 20% is the highest discount I've ever seen it. I personally feel that it is, at least for the base game, worth the price. The DLCs, be far more picky about. Because the DLCs are all almost as much as the base game, which I think is crazy. I do think that's a little too expensive. But like, I've gotten a lot of joy out of RimWorld. I think I'm at 500 hours in that game now. I don't know, it's some ridiculous amount of hours of war crimes. There we go. Try that instead. It's one of those games that is still very popular, so they know they don't have to put it on sale. That is true. That is true. And I don't see the popularity for RimWorld going down anytime soon. It's very unique in and of itself. Give me a game where I can get a group of people that build and want to raise things, and I will be the person who makes what you need. There you go. There you go, Riku. I'm taking it. That's why you're very addicted to Icarus right now. That's right, you fall off of there, dag nabbit. Oop. Thank you. These ones specifically will spread, whereas the other ones didn't really spread. These ones will spread. So I'm giving them a little bit more of a berth. I won't be filling in the gaps quite as tightly. Get off of there, you nincompoop. There we go. Okay. Tuck these back together a little bit. I don't know why. It's gotta be the weird barometric pressure we've got going, because I've never had some of these like air bubbly breakage issues before that I'm having this year. This is a new one. It'll be fine overall. They're still gonna taste good. They're just doing weird things that I don't 100% understand. But we'll make it work. We'll make it work. Okay. Because this takes so long in the oven, I am gonna put it right in. Just a little bit, yeah. Right, they're super cute, Judy. And they're very delicious to eat. Where's my timer? What did I say? 15 minutes? 12 minutes. 12 to 15. This will be 12. Timer. Whoop, 12. Okay. Whoop, hang on. We gotta count the tray. Scooch these down a little bit too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 30. Let's add them in here. Add cookies. 30. It's our first cookies for the day. Huzzah! Into the oven. Start the timer. And grab another tray. Yeah, I'm definitely like, I do have a sore spot in my hand where I am pushing with the handle of the press, but I'm not bruised like I usually am, which is such a nice feeling. More cookies that don't want to unstick from the cookie press because they're butt heads. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Lasai, I'm disappointed in you, cookies, for not sticking to the tray. You tried. I felt you try to stick to the tray. You just failed. I'm gonna have to send you to Stephen He's failure management classes. Oh, this is the last one of this red. Now you might think that we're going to continue with red the whole way until we're done. And you would be incorrect. We are going to switch to green. Come on, I'm making cookies over here. That's right, Legatus. That's right. Thank you, Seamus.
I'm walking here.
Okay. I will just get a little bit of the extra red out of there. Wipe my little fingies off. And we're going to put in green. I like to switch back and forth. I like to mix it up as we go. Yes, this is the correct hand to be grabbing with. I don't fuss around with the Christmas trees like my grandmother used to make, but I do fuss around with the wreaths. So she would do Christmas trees and add like sprinkles to be like the ornaments, and it was really cute. But I struggle with those particular dyes, so forget that. But the wreath with the cinnamon candies on it is just, those were always my favorite, and they still remain to this day my favorite of the Spritzes. So I have to have them. They are essential to my Christmas cookies. And they're really pretty, honestly. I really like the festive nature of them. Personally. Yes, I did get it in there right. Okay. Put this on my hand. Come on, you of all of them have to work. Thank you. They look rough now. They'll be fine in a moment. After they bake. Whoop. Pardon me, you need to stay attached to your wreath. Thank you kindly. Oh. And you need to come off of the bottom. Like, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very kindly. Set that off to the side. Oops, I forgot to cover this back up. Better late than never. Okay, I need the non-perils. Correction, I may still end up with a bruise. I don't know what it is, but these are a really hard press. Do. Presents wrapped. Excellent, Carrie. Cookie Press is excited about the wreath cutter. It seems very. Like, you can't tell me that the little cinnamon candies don't just make these. Dangnabbit. I need you to not fall down in there. Thank you. Right, duty. Right. By and far, the Spritz cookies are the cutest ones that I make. I think the bonbons are probably the most professional looking ones that I make. The sugar cookies are the most, well, now they're gonna have a run for their money with the ginger snaps, but the sugar cookies are among the most classic looking ones. Dova! Thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. That's super kind of you. I really appreciate that. Blessed solstice to you as well. And you started a friggin' hype train. Dova, you're too kind. You are too kind, friend. I really appreciate that. I'm a master. I try. Let's see, you got Ace, you got Yui, you got Aeon. I know all of those names. You got Mr. Alt Tab and Lady Twilight. I know all but one. Hazels, thank you for the 100 minis. I appreciate it. You guys are amazing. You are too kind to me during my baking streams. I am so blessed. It's hard to believe that this journey I started 4 years ago has culminated into all of this friendship and kindness. More than just a passing whim. Target got Twitch gift cards back so you can finally replenish your wallet. Oh, that's cool. I have never even heard of that. I didn't even know that was such a thing, but that's awesome. That's awesome, Dova. Hammer, your penis. Thank you for the 69 bits, Seamus. I do love that scene in Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog. That was such a movie. No sound? What?
I'm gonna need you to drink some water.
You got it, Dova. Let me finish putting these into the cookies, and I will definitely drink water. Dr. Horrible is fun, right, Tootie? No sound. What? It should come through the Firebot sound. Are you hearing the things for hydrating and whatnot? Because it's showing on my end that it should be coming through. Maybe I just have it turned down too quiet. You haven't thought about Dr. Horrible in years? You didn't hear the hydrate. Okay. When I finish this, I'm going to take that sip of water, and then I need to diagnose. Thought I was going to drop one on the floor, and that was a momentary burst of adrenaline, and then I will diagnose why you can't hear that. The hydrate you heard, but not the 69 redeem. You heard the hydrate, you're on headset. Okay, so Firebot is coming through. It's just, why did the 69 redeem not come through? I might have it turned down too far. Do you know how long it's been since somebody chose to donate 69 bits? It's been a little while. Been a little while. Seamus, thank you for gifting 5 subs. You made the hype train go choo-choo. It took off to the next level. You got Torque, Legatus, Hungry Not Hangry, Sumi Creamy Kitty, and Creme 2204. I know a couple of those names. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. Water for Dova. Oh, I got 30 seconds on the clock, too. So we're right on target with these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So another 30. I can smell the ones in the oven. I can smell the ones in the oven. Okay. So one's gonna come out, one's gonna go in. I have to move chairs because I forgot to pull them away from the table. Oh my God, these smell so good. I'll restart the timer. Ooh! I will apparently miss on the grab and smack a cookie. It's fine. It's back together. We're all good. In they go. Start the timer. Let me diagnose Firebot here. Firebot, why was my 69 redeemed so quiet? Edit. Edit. Because I was able to hear it. All right, let me turn it up 2 notches. Save. I'm gonna play it for you guys. Let me know if you hear it okay. No, it's not coming through. I see it's not coming through on the Firebot. Why? Why is it not coming through? Because this is in the same overlay, or at least it should be, as every, like, what? Well, this is very curious. Scoochie that, like so. And like so. I need to, studio mode. I need to actually look at where that overlay is, which I think is under alerts. Yes, Firebot's overlay. You know what I bet I need? I bet I need a source of sound for the Firebot alerts. me see if I can add that. Nope. That won't do it. Properties. This question mark? Aha. Rename. Excellent. And then if I come back in here, because it's going to be really loud, edit, edit. Thank you guys for the level 3 hype train. That's amazing. Big hearts, big hearts. Level 3 hype train and some troubleshooting. What emotes did you guys get? Because they just released new emotes. They just released new emotes. What did I get? Ooh, epic clip emote. That's perfect for me. You got the same one, Seamus. Do this so that I can see. You fell asleep. That's a-okay, Bubbly. Nap time is important and you've been sick. Choo-choo. Look at them all. Look at them all. Tomorrow will be your 300th stream streak, which is amazing. Okay, one last time. Third time's the charm. Can you hear it now?
See, Penny's giving it up. She's giving it up hard. Because she's with Captain Hammer. And these.
It was you last
I'm not
night,
the Hammer.
snoozing in your computer chair. Sound! Huzzah! We fixed it.
The Hammer is my penis.
I do love a good troubleshooting session. It's a video camera. Let's go, we fixed it. The hammer is my penis, that's right.
Oh boy, it's a penis.
Seamus. Okay, I have to pull these chairs backwards. Because we do need to take these cookies off. Oh, you have animations turned off. Yes, it does move. It does indeed. We got 6.5 minutes on the clock. Yeah, you can see these are a little bit bigger than when we put them on the cookie sheet. Now, technically, the recipe says not to let them cool, but I think that's on regular cookie sheets, not on air bakes. Air bakes are a little gentler on the bottoms. So air bakes, it's okay. I don't know if I'm actually going to use the regular cookie sheet. I may just go slow and cycle through with my air bakes so that I don't have to worry about an immediate removal. But maybe we'll give it a shot. I haven't decided yet. We're going to get this air bake back anyway, so. Gonna get this one back anyways. Oh my god, they smell so good. I can't wait to confirm that I have enough so that I can sample one of these. These are the best. I know Seamus is in his office thinking the exact same thing. Thinking the exact same thing. Doop, doop, doop. And these two. Just like the other one, though, we do have to wipe the grease off so that the cookies want to stick to the sheet. Okay. Not too hot. It's not too hot. 5 minutes on the clock. Your family's group chat is blowing up, Seamus. We have to give ourselves the best fighting chance we can of getting the cookies to just stay put on the damn trays. So I don't have to fight as hard with the cookie press. Yeah. You can, I'm gonna turn the overhead back on. You can see the colored grease. Suspenders! Thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. You got Nova Dime, Light Wraith, Rukia, and Penny. I know every single one of those names. All of them. Big GG's. Big GG's. We can't have a choo-choo though again for an hour. There's an hour before another choo-choo could happen. If that's what you're looking for. Excuse me. Release. Foul Cookie Beast. Woo! Ideally not in chunks. I can fix this. There we go. They'll still be just as edible and just as cute at the end. You don't care. You're both so welcome. You're too kind. Suspenders just wanted to do a thing, and I appreciate that. Hi, Hera. Hera was like, something's going on out here. I will now make myself known. Dag nabbit, Cookie. Oh my lord. Okay, those are the last bits. Come together. It's trying its hardest to stick to this tray. Oh my lord. It's also trying its hardest to stay together as a cookie. It's struggling. It's struggling, you guys. Cookie presses are monsters. 2, 3, 4, 5. Normally we can get 6, so let me just very carefully. Yeah, now you want to stick to the damn tray when I need to move you. A little bit. Of course. Pain in my booty cheeks. Pain in the booty cheeks. You were almost there in the sticking department, cookies. If you ever want to question your sanity, you get a cookie press and you try this. Of course, by next year, I'm hoping to have 4 flat air bakes so that I can just not have to wipe them off to do this, right? Because that'll make my life a little easier. I'm still so sad that the Nordic Ware air bakes are not, like, the fact that they're not flat makes it so you can't make these on there. Okay. Beautiful. Oh my God, we managed. We managed. We talked about cookie presses so much yesterday that when I opened my YouTube, I had numerous videos of people making cookies with a press. That's funny, Hazel. That's funny. And also mildly disturbing, like, stop listening to me, device. Nobody asked you. Stay in your lane. Only my NSA agent and my FBI agent are allowed to listen in. Dag nabbit. Oh, timer. Timer. Yes, I hear you. I hear you. I'll pull a tray. I got it. Ooh. Gorgeous. The gorgeous darling. Okay. It's my response of, I didn't ask for that, right? Right? Did not request. Well, you have definitely pegged me correctly. Did not request. Yes, Hera? I don't know if you guys can see the cattail back here. That is Hera. She's, letting me know that her presence is here in the kitchen. Big yawn. What? And hopefully me talking to her is not encouraging her to try to climb on me. Because if that's the case, I'm going to have to talk to you a lot less, little girl. Squishy, squishy, and it goes. K-pop hotties, yes. Oh, you're just like your daughter. You're just like your daughter. Child? Daughter? Does a non-binary person like being called a son or a daughter? Oh, God. That's a rabbit hole. Just like Phoenix. Just like Phoenix. Because I know Phoenix is about them K-pop baddies. I am not hip to that culture. I could be if I wanted to. I've not made the plunge, and I think it's for the best. I don't need more obsessions. Get the cap back on with the dye. Beautiful. Get my hand item back on. Make sure this is as non-greasy as possible. Just like Phoenix, and they're the ones that influence you. I am not surprised in the slightest. It's always exciting, though, when you can share stuff like that with your children. Ooh, that one's a little too big. There we go. But I got it flowing. I didn't feel the pressure, so I was like, I need more. No, I sure as heck did not. Did I even remember to clean this one? Yes, I did. Because we did the wreaths first. I was just surprised because they were popping out like rabbits having babies. Just boom, boom, boom. I'll take it. I'll take it. No complaints. Just surprise. Squeeze those little sides back together here and there. Oh, feet, don't start hurting like this now. We've got several more rounds to go. Oh, right. I need the non-perils. No regrets. Great music, such talented. It is. I do know that the music is very catchy. That I am definitely aware of. They definitely, like, they have a lot of talent. And K-pop has taken the world by storm. Eventually, I will watch K-pop Demon Hunters. I've heard that movie is phenomenal. Just, you know, haven't gotten around to it yet. Eventually. It's on the to-do list. It's on the to-do list. Yeah, tomorrow will be busy. Tuesday. So here's the thing I'm debating on right now. Tuesday, technically for me, is bowling night. I bowl on a league. I missed this last Tuesday because cookies. I am debating because, like Seamus and I were talking about it, I have not had a down day now in over 12 days. That I may not go bowling on Tuesday just to have 24 hours of not having to do literally anything. Because I have no clients right now on Tuesday. I have no occupational therapy on Tuesday. So if I don't go bowling, I can just be. Also, I couldn't resist. I needed some of the non-perils. Hi, Aeon. Yes, self-caring is good. Tomorrow is Monday, Riku. Tomorrow will be busy. And then Tuesday, afterwards, this could be potentially my first day of 24 hours of nothing. Zero obligations if I just don't go bowling. Hi, gay. Okay, these need to go in. Oh, wait. How many do we have? I think 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, another 30. Last night, Aeon and I dodged a lobby in DBD because we had the same survivor for the 3rd time in a row with us, and we were like, nah, fam. We're good, you're weird. We're good, you're weird. Depends on if you find bowling as self-care. So, bowling itself is fine. I do enjoy bowling. The thing that I'm not going to want to do, I can already feel it, is leave the apartment. That's going to be the thing that it's like, meh. Which is why I'm debating on and highly considering just not going bowling. So that I can have a day where I just don't leave the apartment. And I can sit. It would also be a nice day, like, if I do that, so there are obligations that I do have that I could keep. Like, I have some stuff that I would like to ship out. Aside from cookies. So it would be a day that I could take to get that in order. If I don't end up getting my wrapping done either tonight or tomorrow because of the cookies and just needing to sit down, it would give me plenty of time to do wrapping. I haven't really been able, aside from the very treacherous walk I took to go to the post office, I haven't really had a chance to go outside and get fresh air. And now that I've started doing that consistently, I kind of want to keep doing it. So I would have time for that. And it's not like and to be fair, it's not like I can't do these things if I have bowling. It's just that whole, like, I have this thing to do, therefore I must prepare for this thing to do mentality. And it makes it very hard for me to get other things done if I have another task coming up. So I'm highly considering just not going bowling, taking the time, and having a I can do whatever the fuck I want day. Seamus is about to type in chat that he thinks that's a good idea. That's my guess. Okay. You did make a killer very, very upset. That is also true. We had a Mikey who was trying for the 4K Mori. I think specifically as Michael Myers, where you have to Mori all 4 survivors, and Aeon was the last one left and jumped in a locker and wouldn't come out after the hatch had been closed. Toss a coin on whatever side it lands on. If you feel meh, it's the other side. That's how I do it. That's not a bad idea, AC. I'm very strong supporter for everyone having a do-nothing day every week, right? You're not procrastinating. You're just doing side quests. That's right, Seamus. I'm doing side quests. So many side quests. All of the side quests. That Mikey was so mad. He was so mad. It's like, bro, what do you expect? What do you expect? Especially after, so he thought he was going to be clever for the record. He found Hatch first and stood on top of it with like no killer terror radius because it's Michael Myers, hoping that Aeon would like get close and he could probably like power up real fast and down him, and it didn't work, and closed the hatch in Aeon's face, like right in his face hole, and then expected Aeon to just let him Mori him. Like, that is not how anything works, my dude. You're gonna wrap a few more gifts? Absolutely, Dova. Go get them wrapped. Okay, that's got most of the grease off of it. That's got most of the grease off of it. 7.5 minutes on the clock. We've got some more beautiful red flowers to get on here. And then it's back to wreaths. Come on. Let go of the beautiful flower. Thank you. You were doing so well on the other tray. You were doing so good on the other tray. What happened, Cookie Press? What happened? I also, after Monday, look forward to putting my kitchen completely back in order. And that's not just from streaming. It's mainly from the cookies. Having ingredients and stuff like everywhere so that they're super easily accessible and whatnot. I'll also try to remember to take a picture, because a lot of people are like, where do you store all the cookies? I'll try to remember this year when I'm done to take a picture of the mountain of Tupperware containers that have cookies and post it in Discord and on Twitter and Blue Sky for you guys to see, and Instagram probably. Because it is pretty impressive. And I definitely have quite the collection of bins. Excuse me, you are part of this cookie and you will act like it. Okay, there's the last one of these flowers. Here's the last one of these flowers. What's the timer? 5.5 minutes. I am so glad. I say this a lot, but I am so glad that I saved easier cookies towards the end. Minus, you know, fighting with the cookie press. Because by this point in the process, as you may well imagine, I am slowing down, not because I want to, but because it's just been so much that I'm hitting that point of like, okay. It's a lot of cookies. It's a lot of cookies. Do we have 90 on there? We do. Okay. Mountains of love shaped as cookies. That's true, Hazels. That is true. It is mountains of love. And thankfully, everybody who gets the cookies is very appreciative of the cookies. I wouldn't do it. I will be honest. Like, if people didn't appreciate this, I wouldn't do it. Because then it wouldn't be worth it. It would be like, well, if you're going to be ungrateful about all of the hard work and effort I put in, you can go scratch and make your own holiday cookies. I also have a good chuckle. So my sister came over to help me with the Awans, and I am fully appreciative of that. She really wanted, when she first bought her house, for me to bring all of my stuff to her place and stream from there and bake there, because she had lots of island space and a big kitchen and double ovens, and I was like, that ain't happening. Because love my sister as I do, she is very disorganized. She is a wonderful human being, and she wears her heart on her sleeve. She's not organized. And I did the commuting for this stuff already before, and it sucks. I don't want to do that again if I can help it. She was like, well, I'll just buy all the ingredients, and then you don't have to bring it, and it can just stay here. And it's like, girl, eventually the cookies have to come back with me so I can make the boxes. Like, I don't want to drive 40 minutes one way every day that I'm baking to come to your place to bake. Like, I really appreciated the offer, but it was like, you are not thinking this through. Not only for what it would mean for me to do that, but also the commitment of time she was going to have to make to have me over frequently to do baking. Royal Danks, get up, right? Other kitchen, even if she was organized, it would just be too much. It would be too much. Oh, come on. Okay, you're gonna be a failure of a first. Go back in the bowl. There we go. Oh, it's self-extruding again. Listen, Cookie Press, I appreciate that you want to be extra helpful, but that is really not. And I really wonder what level of pressure has to be in there for it to start to self-extrude. Back in the bowl. Like, why is it sometimes it does that and sometimes it doesn't? Sorry, I know I just pushed the mic into my face, itching my hair out of my eyebrow and eyelashes. Oh, the very last one. You were so close. You were so close, Cookie Press. Yeah, it's self-extruding. Chef Lily's Kitchen, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Saknika, but you may also hear me called Sam. I have a timer going off. I need to grab cookies. I'm a member of Everbright Global Gaming and Set the Tone stream teams, and a variety streamer here on Twitch who does everything from bake, create, paint her nails, and sometimes play games. And today is day 11 of the 12 days of Christmas cookies, and I am working on cream cheese-based Spritz and fighting with my cookie press. How was your stream? What were you up to? Welcome in, new friends. Hi, Hera. The Jughead SRH. What a great name. What a great name. You guys, I don't know Chef Lily's Kitchen, but anybody who chooses to come in here and hang out with us can't be a bad person, so give them a check out. Consider a follow. I know I'll be taking a look after stream. How did your stream go? What were we up to? Food and drink. Ooh, what were we making? There's a better question. What were we making? Just trying to make sure all of these cookies are staying together because the cookie press is a brat. The cookie press is a super brat. Thank you for the follow as well, by the way. I have anonymous follows on, so don't ever feel pressured to chat. This is the father. We run this together. She's an amazing little chef, and she made Swedish meatballs tonight. Ooh, yummy. That sounds really good. Welcome in. I haven't had a Swedish meatball in so long. I haven't had one in so long. I really appreciate you coming from dinner time cooking to diabetes level cooking. That is always, you know, a good time. You have dinner, now you have dessert. And of course, if you have to raid and run, if you have an entire kitchen to clean up, which you might, if you're anything like me, if you need to get some post-stream self-care, you just plain need to be off of your feet and out from in front of a screen, I totally understand. I would love it if you could stick around. I would appreciate a lurk, but if you can't, not a problem. I appreciate you bringing your community over here, though. Picking me out of everybody on Twitch to raid, that's always an honor. Always an honor. But never feel obligated if you've got other stuff you gotta do. That goes for our streamers and our raiders. He missed a D's nuts joke, Opal. Also, hi, Opal. Or if you just need to stuff Swedish meatballs in your face hole, that's also true. Sometimes you make this stuff and it makes you really hungry and you gotta go eat. She's gonna make some cloud cake soon. Ooh, that sounds fun. That sounds very fun. Cloud cake sounds fluffy and delicious. These cookies look amazing. Thank you. Thankfully, they are worth the amount of swearing I do at the cookie press and begging and pleading for it to behave itself. I'm trying to behave since Lily came in with her dad. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Sometimes you gotta read the room. We're not always the best at doing that. Like, to be fair, everybody makes mistakes. My cute little holly wreaths. She's 9. Oh, wow. That's adorable, though, that you and your daughter do that. That is very adorable. You're begrudgingly being an adult. You missed that age? Yeah. I made the joke right before the raid came in. Oh! Oh! Yeah. I'll have to scroll up and find it, Opal. Because we had the raid. Sorry. I sucked air in the wrong way. I don't know how one manages to do that, but I did. We had the raid and a timer go off simultaneously, and I got 100% distracted. 100% distracted. When Olivia was 9, we did everything together. I believe it. All right. We have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another 30 cookies. Wow, we're getting consistent with this 30 thing. Don't mind that. Let's add them in. And put them in the oven. Oven, 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 oven time. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Start the timer. I'm gonna spin this. And I am going to turn off the overhead cam. Because we're going to take some cookies off the tray so that we have a tray to use. Yeah, I'm basically just using the 2 air bakes. I don't think I'm ever going to catch up to the point that I use the non-air bake tray. I don't think I will ever catch up. Oop. Get off of there, candy piece. Get off of there, ya bum. No free rides left on this cookie sheet. You're out of here. Onto the cooling rack. Next station. Final stop. Well, next to final stop will be into the bin, and then
It's gay chaos, and it has a name. And its name is Eric.
Hi, Eric. How are you? Welcome in. I hope you're doing well, friend. Did you decorate your new house for the holidays? I must know. I'll see chat in a minute. I just gotta get these cookies on. Ooh, I almost threw one right onto the floor. It was slip sliding away. It was slip sliding away. Okay, we can reclaim the tray. It's cool enough to handle. Perfect. Perfect. Spinny, spinny. Yes, blessed Yule. I'm doing fantastic. The house is all decorated. I just got back from a Christmas market in St. Paul and it was lovely. That sounds super lovely, Eric. Hi, Auntie. How are you? The cookies look lovely. Thank you. Yeah, you are going to be stuffing your face with them soon. Yes, you are. Your stepdaughter's name is Olivia and she's 11 now. That's such a great age. Merry Christmas, Eric! Gonna eat those Swedish meatballs? Absolutely. If you heard me, she would laugh. Don't worry about her. She's back on Roblox anyways. Fair. Now I have to see what Opal had said. Because I may have to put a D's nuts thing in. Extrude D's nuts. Yep, we need it. We need it. I see it, Opal. I see it. I transported an entire Thanksgiving dinner for 12 to my sister-in-law's once, and it remained as once the payoff was not worth all you put into it. You know what, Hazels? I feel that. The pressure inside must be higher than outside to self-extrude. Makes sense, AC. Makes sense. It's always nice when I have a moment to step back and do that. I remake 0 because Seamus ate them. Seamus knows on punishment of foul smells in his CPAP that he is not to touch the cookies until I say. Yes, for gifts. These I give away as gifts, Auntie. Oh my gosh, if I made this many cookies just to eat myself, I would be like 4 times the size that I am. and Seamus would have to roll his way out of the apartment. I love seeing all these familiar faces, though, while I do this. You guys are the bestest. You are the bestest community. There we go. That should be about as non-greasy as I can make it. Well, you know what? Let's get a little water on this one. Let's get a little water on this. Take up the last of it, hopefully. No, you, Bubbly. No, you, Riku. You look like Jabba the Hutt, right? It was for gifts, a party. If you're catering now, one can never tell. That is true, Auntie. That is true. A lot of people assume that I'm just making them for myself, and I'm like, no way. No way. That would be a lot. And I mean, I do like cookies. Don't get me wrong. I will eat a cookie or 10. Not quite this many. How is Lost Colony? Oh, you're disappointed. I didn't even know you bought another game, Seamus. Weren't you addicted to Enshrouded? The surefire way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Feeding them all good things makes it harder for them to leave. It's true, Bubbly. This is facts. Bubbles of the week again, indeed. Yeah, it did. And it got melty? You're so weird, Cookie Press. I don't even, like, the fuck? Why is it melting? That dough is going right in the garbage. I don't understand that. Come on. Get off of there. Silly cookie. Okay. There's a cookie. I was really hoping this dough was going to behave way better than yesterday's dough. And it's disappointing me. Just stick to the tray. Like, that's all I need. I just need you to stick to the tray, for heaven's sakes. You don't have to stay stuck to the cookie press. Please. I'm begging ya. Four. 5. Come on. Come on. So the cookie tray shouldn't still be too warm. It's just, it gets a fine layer of grease over it and then nothing wants to stick properly. Sometimes it happens right at the start, sometimes it happens in the middle, sometimes it only happens at the end. We're gonna pretend that's a good-looking cookie. What I really don't understand is why the one that was self-extruding for a little while was melted. This is the part where I contemplate my life choices that led to this part. Oh, it's stuck. It almost stuck. Come on. Let go. Oh, you wanted to. I thought you had, you deceitful cookie. It's a lie. The cookie is a lie. My goodness. It's a 11:15 for you, Riku? I didn't realize you weren't in the States. I thought you were in the States, Riku. Come on. You're the last one of this set. It's a good thing in the grand scheme of things, you can't tell which ones were super, super messed up. They all end up looking cute and delicious. Set that there for a minute. We got 30 seconds on the clock. You're in Holland, AC. Oh, cool. And Riku's in the United Kingdom. I never would have guessed. Because your sleep schedule is States times. That would definitely do it, Riku.
I'm gonna need you to drink.
Made grilled cheese and finally got some energy. Excellent. Legatus, I got you. I got you. Then I got to take a tray out of the oven. Hi, Ray. Yes, wreath cookies. Hi, Hazard. You had salad for dinner? That's a good choice. That's a nice, healthy choice. Welcome in, you guys. Welcome in. Ooh. Come hither, cookies. I need to make more water. I am effectively out. So watch the cookies for me for a second because water is life. And I need as much of it as I can get my hands on. A little bit of lemonade powder. Moment to be off of my feet because the only way I can access this is to kneel on a chair at the moment. You know, the mall walking yesterday did not help. I felt okay until I didn't. Get some ice cubes because cold water is the best water. Let that thaw. Where we put more water for more ice in it. Pour myself water into this container. I think I'm gonna have to refill my water container too. Yep, I am. So I have like an old lemonade container, like a plastic one that I put water in to put in the fridge so that the water is as cold as possible without having to draw it from the tap every time. It also, so fun fact, it also helps let the chlorine settle out of it by letting it sit for a while. And chlorine makes me sick, so. Which I know chlorine in general is going to make people sick, but I'm talking about chlorinated water for hygienics purposes. If I drink too much of it, I tend to throw it back up. Found that out the hard way in school. That was a fun night. Okay, fresh water. Fresh water. You'll eat the cookies if left alone? I believe it. I believe it. I slept for over 3 hours since I was sick, but the nephew's coming soon. Oh, yeah, you gotta get up for the nephew. Cold water with ice and a little lemonade. Yep. I use lemonade powder, but yeah, just enough to take the mineral, because what you're really tasting in water is like the minerals, to take the mineral taste out of the water. I'm gonna put these in right now, and then we'll switch the colors and the dyes. I feel like this is not going nearly as fast as it has in past times, but it's probably because my feet hurt. Like a lot. Like a lot. I'm surprised. Come on, stay. The nice thing is you, like with cookies like this, they're gonna spread a little. You can just lightly get things stuck in and they will stick themselves together. But because these were so gnarly, I have to be mindful of them trying to break apart when I'm pushing these down in. I have never, I have problems with the Spritz cookies, but this year in particular feels like they're really trying my patience. He's a tiny chunker. Aw. Little tutor because of his cute behavior. That's so sweet, though. How old is he? It sounds like he's at that toddler age. Right, just enough it does not get boring. Absolutely, AC, because, yeah, water can absolutely get boring after a little while. Usually when water is feeling boring are the nights that I'm going to have, like, hot cocoa or whatever to break it up. Or I'll make tea. Just something different. Every now and then we get the hankering for, like, soda. So we'll pick that up, and that'll change things up a little bit. Which is not often. We have soda in the house, like, maybe 2-3 times a year max. We are not soda drinkers at this point, which is for the best. Honestly. Especially with attempting to lose weight. Soda would be detrimental to that if I drank it every day. Do you find yourself thinking of a sentence and your brain going faster than your mouth? All the time, Riku. All the time. I combine words together. I am, like, common phrase dyslexic, so I'll say things like birds of a flock together feather or shit like that. Oh my god, it's so bad. All the time. I have been garbling words that I'm trying to combine together because my brain is moving too fast all 12 days of this. Because it's still going on today on day 11, and I guarantee you it'll be here tomorrow on day 12. Just realized I had you open in 2 tabs from when I was lurking on Legatus. You're double parked, Seamus. You're double parked. Over 6 months at the most? Aw, that's such a good age. Close to 10 months. That's when they're starting to get their personality. It's fun. I love carbonated water, so I got a soda stream. So there you go. Soda streams are good for that. And then you have words you read so fast you don't even. Yup. I do that too, Riku. Who needs to process it when you can just move on to the next thing? The number of things where I've like skipped over what I've read and then I'm like, wait, what? And I have to go back is a lot. And I'm a speed reader, which doesn't help. I can read about a page a minute when it comes to books. So I can usually estimate, like if it's a 300-page book, it's going to take me, you know, approximately 4 hours, 4.5 hours to read. Wow, you dried out fast. Sitting on the counter. Holy smokes. Off you go. Clean that up. Right. Red dough. I'm laughing at the fact that I'm basically putting the same plug in the bottom each time. Was more hydrating, but I can't stand it. Carbonation is fine, but it's gotta be a soda. And you know what? That's fine, Auntie. I know people who can't stand carbonation because of the way it scratches your throat, but that's exactly why I like carbonation. He stares at people who dares to grab him. Aw. He always gives me a feeling the glare. This is back off. I need space, human. You know what? He already has it figured out. He already has it figured out. Wrong. I love to read. I get so bored and my brain wanders off. I've read the same page 10 plus times before giving up. Yeah. Yep. And that's not uncommon. That's not uncommon. It has to be the right book for me. Like if it's not the right book, don't even think about it. And in school when we had the like read along things where like either a recording was doing the audio book while you were reading along in your personal book, or one of your classmates was reading aloud and you were supposed to follow along in your book. I hated those. I hated them because I didn't want to wait for it to be read slowly. Like I could read so much faster. And so I was usually like 7 or 8 pages ahead. And then they were asking about it and I was like where they were in the book and I'm ahead. So I'm like, hang on, I have to go back and look at those pages to tell you. Oh, I would get in so much trouble for that kind of garbage. I once in 2nd grade, because I liked math, right? The teacher gave us a worksheet and I read the information, the instructions, and I went to it and she hadn't said start yet. And I got in trouble for starting before she said start. And it's like, I don't want to listen to you read the instructions, lady. I read them. I'm doing the work. Leave me alone. But the unfortunate thing, for somebody like me who was a gifted student, which lo and behold is a different sign of ADHD typically found in women, is that, they didn't have a special program for that. You just had to stay in with the regular classes, and if you were lucky, maybe there was an advanced class you could take. But like that was it. You might have an advanced class. So I was just bored. It was that or you skipped a grade. But my parents, and I respect them wholly for this, they tried a thing where we had a 3-4 combo class. It was the 3rd graders that were smart for their age and very much ready to maybe be in a 4th grade class. So we were coming out of 2nd grade into 3rd grade, and it was 4th graders who were coming out of 3rd grade into 4th grade who were struggling a little bit, but not enough to be held back. So it was supposed to be a class that would be a little slower on the 4th grade material, and a little faster on the third grade material. So those of us who were gifted had like a little bit more to noodle our brains on, in theory. And those who were struggling had a little bit more time to work with some of the material. Here's the problem. They treated us like a fourth grade class, so we missed. Third grade was the year that all of the really cool field trips happened. So we didn't get to go on any of the cool field trips. Because we were being treated as a fourth grade class, we were not in the playground at the same time with our other third grade counterparts. They couldn't split the class up to two different playground times. And they would rather put us, small group of, third graders in with a bunch of fourth graders than a small group of fourth graders in with third graders, apparently. So we lost contact with some of our peers for a little while, missed the cool science experiments and stuff because the teacher, like this was an experimental thing. The teacher was not prepared, and I suspect the curriculum was not prepared to teach both third and fourth grade simultaneously. So I effectively did fourth grade twice. Was miserable. If second grade with the bullying didn't make me hate school, third grade, where I missed out on all of the really cool stuff because I was now effectively a fourth grader early, really did it. I didn't like school beyond that. I was already bored as it was, and now I couldn't even hang out with my peers for the most part. Yeah, it was not pretty. So my parents had the option, if they wanted to, advance me a little faster so that I would be less bored. But I'm grateful that they didn't, because that experience it just wasn't fun. Like, missing out on things was not fun. I missed some stuff. You walk into a room and forget why you were there? Yeah. Have no clue what it was. Yeah, yep. If you get interrupted, you don't have any idea. Babies and their glares that equal trouble, double. Yeah, double trouble in the morning, 100% hazard. It was frustrating, right, Riku? I would drink way too much soda, but when I went on a diet and I missed the carbonated drink, so it's a good replacement of the feeling for me so I would not break down and drink a full cola bottle. Oh, that's handy, AC. More Spritz cookies, Mama Jeannie. These are the cream cheese based ones. Yep, Jazz Waifu, huh? You haven't had the cream cheese ones before. They're so good. I like them better than the butter. I can be asked to grab the same thing 6 times and still forget it. Yeah. My latest and greatest is I sit down, like I'll be at the computer, right? And I will literally be looking at my web browser and I'll say, oh, I need to order wine bags, for example. I will click to open the tab, start to type, and then completely forget why I opened the tab. It's just whoop, gone. And it's very frustrating. 2 items at the store, you need a written list. Yeah, today he needed to grab 4, maybe 5 items, and I made sure the list was together. I made sure of it. Oh, right, this is another 30, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, sure is. If we get 30 on every single tray, I'm gonna laugh. These are taking way longer than I anticipated them to. I expected to be finishing up about now. It doesn't help that I've been far chattier, which, like, I'm not upset that we're having more conversation. That is A-okay. I was not expecting it. That's ADHD? Yeah, for Seamus, it's PTSD. But yeah, for me, it's probably ADHD. I'm just waiting for an official diagnosis. Because I do not want to assume, because assuming is bad. And I also don't want to be part of the matrix of, I totally have this thing that I've not been diagnosed with, but I'm going to self-diagnose based on others' experiences being similar to my own. Because sometimes other diseases mimic what you think is one thing, and I don't want to I don't want to treat the wrong thing, if that makes sense. And I also don't want to invalidate others' experiences by mistaking my own for something they're not. But it's probably ADHD. Let's be honest. More than one person in the know has mentioned to me that it's probably ADHD. So I am literally just waiting for the official piece of paper that says, congratulations, it's ADHD. And then I'll be like, oh, what a shock and surprise. I never would have guessed. I'm gonna have to get the bin. We are actually already to the where the heck do I put these cookies to cool part of this adventure. Yeah, that's like perfectly cool. Excellent. Set that up there for a moment. Let me go grab a cookie bin. Ooh. Yes, it's this one. We'll fit as many in as we can. Okay. Yep, this is the way I want it. Yep. And as Kissy says, I don't have it until they diagnose me. I can't have ADHD until they diagnose me. That's how it works, right? That's how we play this game. You have no idea how badly I want to eat one of these, and I'm going to because there's one in here that's not quite like the others because Cookie Press is a butthead. I will split it with Seamus. I will be nice and split it with Seamus. And it's this one. This is going to be another one that needs a baggie for the extras. So some of these don't all fit in the bins and they end up in baggies. Because I don't want to have two bins. Oh, let's break this in half. Come on. Okay, perfect. Here.
Ah!
I snuck up on him like a ninja. So good. You also have to remember that growing up neurodivergent is in itself trauma. There's that. You're not wrong, Opal. Now's your chance. He got one. Half of one. We're sharing. CPTSD doesn't help either. Nope, sure doesn't. I need a list if I go alone as I can't stand being around people. I go through self-service so I don't have to deal. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. That's fair, Riku. I refuse to use the self-checkouts because I don't work there. And in our case, specifically in the States, they are trying to put one cashier on and then force people to self-checkout in many stores, even when it's busy. And I don't support that. I will wait 20 minutes in line to prove my point. So you can swipe my Adderall, yeah. Yeah. Square peg when the whole world is a round hole. Yeah, basically. I literally just gave my dog a bowl of food by me as the others steal it. I just get up and trip over him because I forgot he was there. Oh, jeez. That is so funny, Shin. I don't know how self-checkouts are supposed to be working. Like, I keep trying to scan my arse crack, but I cannot find a barcode on me. I don't know how you're supposed to check yourself out. You're right. You're right. You heard it? You heard it, AZ? Yeah. Yeah, he didn't. He didn't know I was coming in. There is a lag between the video and the audio and whatnot, and I surprised him, which is hilarious. Not gonna lie. Top tier, would do it again. Take this stuff off of here. Candy melt. Get off. Get off. Welcome in, by the way, Shin. I hope you're doing well. You're lurking. No, Jazz, you can't. Yet. I prefer self-checkouts because when I was younger, I was attacked on the street, so I don't... Yeah, that is fair, Riku. That is fair. Absolutely. And I don't shame anybody who would prefer self-checkout. It is just literally the situation here in the States. I'll give you a perfect example. We are a week from Christmas. Seamus and I had to run into Target for I forget what. But we needed to get something from Target. It is full. Like, good luck finding a parking spot anywhere within, you know, a reasonable walking distance. Just people all over the aisles, tons of people trying to restock things and whatnot. They have one cashier. So there's 12 lanes available, but one cashier and then 4 self-checkouts. That's not okay. Like, I can totally get on a normal, regular business day when things are slow, but we're in the middle of holiday season and the store was jamming. One cashier and 4 checkouts because they don't want to pay for the cashiers. Hi, DH. We were actually not last minute shopping at Target. We needed something else. What the heck did we need? Oh, a shoe rack. We went to get a shoe rack because the one we had, we got as a, this might work nicely, and it worked great. And we just waited a couple of years before we bought the second one. So we needed that. And I was getting something else. It was another thing to just make our lives easier. And it was like last week, and oh my God, the stores. The freaking stores. Okay, this is still good to go. And we've got 3 minutes on the clock. Windex with bread. Wait, what? A do-rag, but for shoes? A shoe rack? So yeah, it's just a place to like put your shoes so they're out of the way. Plus in the US, you never know who might have a fast temper. And yeah, there's that. There's that, Opal. Just like cashiers who don't know how to properly pack groceries. Oh my God, Jazz, tell me about it. I do self-checkout because I was a cashier for years and can't stand a slow cashier, and I don't mean somebody learn. Yeah. Bleep, bleep. Yeah. Yep. Yep. We have like 3 days till Eve. Everywhere's going to be hectic. It is DH, and I bet you anything that Target still is 1 cashier and 4 self-checkouts. Get off of there. The other one's stuck. Why can't you stick? Behave, cookies. Behave. Okay, that was a little too much behaving. Oh, and now you didn't behave at all. You're so hot and cold, Cookie Press. I don't know what to make of you. The other interesting experience we had at Target, when we were looking for where they actually had the shoe racks for sale, because you would think it was in storage and it wasn't. It actually ended up being in like home furniture. We tried asking an associate that we saw in the aisle who was stocking things where the item was, and she just, like, she really didn't want to talk to us and kind of stammered through some I don't know words, which I was just like, okay, thank you, no problem, we'll keep looking. But it was like deer in headlights, massive fear, and I got the impression of two things. One, she doesn't speak good English. We do have a lot of immigrant workers in the city that we work in. English is a second language for a good chunk of them. So I get the feeling she didn't speak very good English. And she was probably new there. And I just felt like shame on whoever her manager was for putting her in a position where customers might ask her questions if she's not comfortable answering them. Like, have her do stock in the back or something. Not to be mean, but customers are going to ask you questions, and technically speaking, you should be able to answer them. I wasn't going to be mean to her, though. Like, that defeats the purpose. Timer. Timer. I just feel like better management decisions could have been made. You know? Better management decisions could have been made there. Yes, I hear you, timer. I know, I'm going. I'm going. And having been the worker in the awkward position of like, I don't know how to answer you for that, I also feel for her. Because there are also, to be fair, the customers that come in with the weirdest of questions and you're just like, I don't know. And they demand answers. Haven't used mods in that. No, you have not used mods in that game yet, Seamus. He has not. Because you didn't want to wait for the cashier. That's fair, Seamus. Minimum of spatial awareness. I can fit everything in one bag where she would have used 3. Yeah. All the self-checkouts here in Connecticut stinks because we were faster than the cashiers. Oh, that is rough then. You have to bag yourself, not the cashier. That's fair. That's fair, AC. I often bag my own because the cashier doesn't have somebody to bag and I just want to keep it moving. Most places don't give 3 fucks and a ho-ho-ho about their employees because most people don't work holidays. Yeah, there's that, DH. So for what it's worth, Jazz, I don't normally run it modded. When are we peaking? Want to peak in like 10 minutes? Ooh woo. How long ago did you drop the acid? Peak is such a good game. Enjoy it, Jazz. For those who don't know, I gifted Jazz Peak when I saw it on her list. I was like, oh no, it's on sale. Jazz must have this. Must. Yeah, I usually play Peak Vanilla. The mods that I prefer to run when possible is to be able to access your backpack without having to take it off. And that's it. That's the one I like. That is literally my modded Peak experience. But I also have a mod in there for making it to force the biomes because I really don't like Mesa. So I can force Alpine. And if I'm not particularly feeling roots, I could force that to be the tropics if I really wanted. And I appreciate the fact that there's a mod. I don't need it. I'm good with the ticks, but there is a mod where you can make it tell you the percentage of like hunger, injure, weight, freezing, heat, so on and so forth, which I think is very handy. And if you're playing with a bigger lobby, I have that mod as well. I typically prefer not to play with a bigger lobby because my poor graphics card suffers. Peak and AMD graphics cards don't get along super well. There's also a mod to go along with it to add more backpacks so that more people can carry stuff and also to readjust hunger rates so that, you know, when you have 10, 12, 16 people in there, you're gaining hunger at a more reasonable rate, and there's more plentiful food for everybody. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I did count your joke. Is there a mod for D's nuts? I went back and found it, Opal. Them nuts is a bit iffy, yeah. Yeah, we didn't miss you. We didn't miss you. Allow me to add more than 4 people. Yup, Shin, that's very common. The only mod I ever use is Everest. It's funny. Oh, that one is funny, Crymars. I've never used it, but I've heard of it. I did get a bing bong for Yule. I did. Workers in the US are deliberately kept ignorant of their rights to. They are, Opal. Even though stuff has to be posted to a bulletin board, how many people read it? I worked in a butcher shop, and after Corona, customers would not even greet you. So they run in and just say, I want this. And I would be like, good afternoon, how may I help you? And they then continue overly sweet so they get uncomfortable. Fair. Fair. You love Mesa? See, I get so lost in Mesa. That's my struggle. That is my struggle. Bubbly would be so disappointed if we didn't keep the count accurate. It's true. It's true. Bubbly would. And they post them in places where no one can see them. Yup. Yup, they do, Opal. But it's technically posted and people could see it if they wanted to. Yes. That and some of the things that you should know, they aren't required to post. Like, here's a fun one, okay? If you ever get into a situation where you are a 1099 contractor, 1099 means you are your own boss. You negotiate what you will provide versus what your boss will provide, and you negotiate your rate. At the end of the day, though, you're your own boss. They owe you no benefits. You owe them no responsibility necessarily outside of your contractual duties. So in that regard, if you say, hey, I have something going on, say, like the 17th of January, it's not you asking permission to take time off. They have no right to tell you you have to work. Because if they require you to be there specific hours of the day, and for you to ask permission to take vacation, or sick leave, so on and so forth, you're not a 1099 contracted worker. You are an employee, and they are abusing the 1099, and you actually can get them in a lot of trouble, because 1099 means you're your own boss. You get to set your own hours. You get to negotiate your own wage, so on and so forth, and additional. And it's a big problem in the massage industry and probably other service industries where you think this is just how it's supposed to go, and it's not. Because when you're a 1099, you have to pay your own taxes. You are taxed like a self-employed individual. It makes a huge difference. Like a really huge difference. It is significant. So it's very important to be classified correctly. And that's one of those things where nobody's taught that, and there's other stuff in the labor code law like that too, like how breaks are supposed to work and what you are. Oh, you are not solidified in there. What you are and are not required to be given as far as benefits and stuff. Like, I worked at a place once where I called out because I could barely speak. It was retail food service. They were not happy that I called out, but I had to go to the doctor. And I had already been working at this point, sick as a dog, coughing everywhere, having to constantly take cough meds at work and stuff, barely able to speak to customers. And they would laugh at me and make fun of my voice. And it's like, I am really sick right now. Went to the doctor, and it turns out I had pharyngitis, which, oh, by the way, you cannot legally work with. I still got reprimanded. And at that point, I didn't oh my God, you're still coming out of the thing. Would you please lock into place? I didn't know enough to be able to like go to the labor board or whatever and say, hey, my company is trying to, like, they're shaming me for taking sick time when I'm legally not allowed to work. Oh, we're self-extruding again. This is gonna give me fits. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll fix it later. Yeah, so there's a lot of labor law stuff that people who are working should know and don't to protect themselves, because I think sometimes employers don't know either, which is extra bad. And if you are in a state like New York where it's at will employment, you also feel under the gun because you could be fired just because it's at will employment. They don't need a reason to fire you. They need to give reasons if they want to avoid paying unemployment, but they don't need a reason to fire you. I'll deal with that when we get back to it. Okay, this ones are over here. Just pluck them out of the center. Get them back in here somehow, some way. That'll do. That'll do, donkey, that'll do. Yeah. And another thing about the labor board, you have the federal labor board and you have state labor board. So some of the stuff is federal, some of the stuff is state, and knowing which is equally important when you're trying to fight for your rights. 2 years sick with operations and so on, your employer is legally bound to not fire you. That's a fortunate thing, AC. Yeah, we have a very interesting dynamic in America. All the nuts are accounted for. Yeah, 1099s, they don't withhold anything. How many of us have worked in food service, have a contagious illness, and are forced to work because management doesn't follow health codes? Too fucking many of us. Exactly, Hazel. Yep. But you can actually call in a health complaint. You are legally allowed to do that, and they are legally obligated to not fire you for it. So if you can prove that that's why they fire you for it, which them not giving you a reason, like, it's pretty strong evidence, is pretty damning. You can get them in big trouble. Because, yeah, and some of it is people go to work sick because they can't afford not to. They don't have paid time off, which is also terrible. Like, I don't like that our welfare system gets abused. Let me start by saying that. I don't like that, but I really do wish we had more protections in place for people who are legitimately in need of that assistance because, like, they're having a long-term illness or what have you, and their company doesn't offer that kind of disability insurance, or they don't qualify. Because that's also a thing. Like, some people can only find part-time work, and part-time workers don't qualify for anything, which is terrible. I feel like this kind of shit, how to make a budget, how to file your taxes, how to work with a bank, should all be taught in high school. It would be nice. Like, actual life skills instead of bullshit that left for user need. That would be nice. What nuts? D's nuts. Oh my goodness. I had to work in a senior living facility kitchen while sick. That's bad, Opal. There's an at-risk population. Their immune systems have already shut down, basically. see it in hospitals. By their own policy, you couldn't be at work with a lot of illnesses, but if you tried to take time off, you got punished. Yeah, which is ridiculous, Seamus. It's ridiculous, and it's counterproductive and counterintuitive, because if you were to just pay one person for a sick day to let them get better so that they're not contagious, they would give you so much more time and productivity than the fact that not only are they coming in sick and potentially making others sick, which is going to compromise stuff, but when you're sick, you are not working to full potential. You are definitely not getting as much done. You're not as productive.
Boy, it's a penis.
Like, it screws up everything. How I could get on my soapbox and rant on this topic for 30 minutes right now. I believe it, Hazel. I believe it. Seamus just coming out here with a penis. I come into screws up everything, and I knew you were talking about me. Absolutely, Narcane. 100%. Welcome in. How are you? Also, why did your auto shout out not go off? Like, what did I screw up? I swear I added you to it. Firebot, please work. Thank you, Seamus. Or maybe you were here earlier and I just didn't see it then? I have no idea. Friggin' worthless game devs, right? This is why I have a Discord channel called Don't Get Me Started for people to rant in. That's fair, Opal. That is fair. We've had a few rants today, but they've been good ones. They've been good ones. Also, hopefully, with this kind of conversation, it spurs maybe somebody who's just lurking and is like, oh, wait, that might apply to me, to go, you know, look up labor board or labor.gov or some shit like that. Or like it would be NewYorkState.gov for our state stuff, to just like get in the know. Get in the know on what they should know. Yeah, you're self-extruding and being miserable again. I don't understand why you're getting mushy with the self-extruding. I am just going to take the pressure off of you. Because that seems like the right answer. And I will put that back on when it's time. We've got to go at least somewhat quick here. Actually, this damp paper towel will be perfect for keeping it from self-extruding, but also not drying out because it's moisture. Waking up from my 2 to 3 hours of sleep to get back to work. Oh my God, you need more sleep than that, Arcane. Usually complaining about the misuse of the 12 days of Christmas. Don't look at my title, Opal. Don't look at it. Just got here. Okay, then it's just Firebot is thinking it's time to take a break. Working while deathly sick without enough PTO. We talking about childcare? We're talking about all of it. We're talking about all of it, Bubbly. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I can't suggest it hard enough for people to find out what the labor laws are in your state. Exactly. Exactly, Hazel. It's so important. Knowledge is power. How are you, Redwing? Welcome in. 1 to 2 days of Christmas off? We get Christmas. We get the day of. If you want more than that, you have to take it personally. Usually. Some states have their own labor laws and others go by what the federal laws are. Yep, and some are a combination thereof because federal law will always be in place. No time. Trying to push out the Christmas event on time for Tuesday. Oh, good luck, Narcane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's another 30 cookies. I need 171 of these. We've got to be close. Oh, look, we're crossing it. Oh, God, my son, you'll get enough sleep when you're dead. Yeah, basically. Doing good, enjoying the fact that my housemate's with her parents until Friday means I get to do some deep cleaning. Oh, nice. Nice. Deep cleaning is always good, actually. We have to take stuff off of the tray, too. You get the first and second. Oh, interesting, AC. Yeah, we just get the 25th. And that's only if you're in a job that allows it. There are also plenty of jobs that don't. Yep, it is always beneficial in protecting yourself 100%. Pop up, timer. I have another tray that needs to go in here. Fantastic. Now, start. And we're gonna take, actually, yeah, this is stone cold. By habit, I will put the mitt on, but in reality, there's no need. It's taking me so long to get through these trays. I am not my most efficient today, and that is all right. So long as it's not another 7.5-hour day like the candy canes, we're all good. I don't need to do another one of those anytime soon. And technically speaking, everything from here forward is just bonus cookies, so if they don't come out right, I don't have to worry. Bonus cookies. Love us some good bonus cookies. This is another one, though, that I cannot have the recipe. So ideally, probably like 2.5 batches would have been perfect. But you need 1 egg yolk. Just 1. So you have to do a full batch. I also probably could have started with 2 batches and then seen where it got me. But based on previous years, it needed to be 2.5. There is cinnamon candy stuck. Hang on. There we go. So I just went right for the 3, and maybe I didn't need to do that. Maybe I didn't need to do that. Order 100 more cookies, if only, Narcane. Talk to me after Christmas cookie season. Found out the hard way when moving from California, which has strong labor laws, versus them living in Wisconsin that doesn't, but relies on Fed laws. Yeah, some states are more likely to protect workers than others. It's true. Even retail here, AC, you'll have to work. You'll have to work Christmas. Already took care of most of my room. Nice, Red Wing. 25th off this year. We're working half day on the 24th. I am working 2 days, Monday and Tuesday. Then I have 5 days off, only because we will have a low group of children. That's nice though, Bubbly. You need that for recovery. Attendance is optional the weeks of Christmas and New Year's, but I always say yes to a day I'm scheduled. Oh, that's good, Red Wing. More cookies for Seamus, right? We love us some good bonus D's nuts. Oh my lord, Bubbly. I almost said Seamus because of the D's nuts, but it's Bubbly who started that. Washington State friends! Yes. Yes, Washington. Now I'm going to stay in Washington. That makes sense. I hope next year I get to learn the family cookie recipe. It's a Belgian type called Lucan. I've not heard of Lucan, but that sounds good because it's Belgium, and Belgium is good. They both went for the command. They both went for the command. Come to New York. Here, if it exists, it's taxed, and if it's fun, it's regulated till it's just not illegal. Yeah. Are usually conveniently color-coded. They can be, Opal. They can be. Sometimes. You do like your nuts. This is true. No lies detected. No lies detected, Bubbly. Ugh. Get the grease off of here as much as we can. All the colored cookie residue. Okay, put this back on. I had to stop the self-extruding because that was going to be detrimental overall to my sanity. To my poor sanity. Where's Shin? Already at the top? Really? Really? Shin's already at the top? Jazz, did you die? Did you die? It's like a flat sugar waffle cone and has rum in it. It's used for, oh, interesting. I wouldn't care if the rum was still in it. Sounds beautiful. Let me actually go up here. Do this. Copy that. Perfect. So I can save it. Oh, speaking of Seamus, there he is. Your game crashed. No, Chaz. Stroop waffles are so tasty. It was a wild Seamus. Stroop waffles are amazing. If you've never had one, you are missing out. Get out of my cookie press. Thank you. What's me? Oh, you want dinner. Yeah, you want your dinner. I'll just, finger a little hole into it right there. That works. You're enjoying all the knowledge of cookie baking, but you miss Phasmo. Don't worry. We will play the Phasmo holiday event, Bubbly. Promise. Just not until like the Friday after Christmas. Ugh. Just be a cookie, would you? Just be a cookie. Be a proper cookie. Thank you. No, you were sticking. I had high hopes for you. I wonder if I put you at the 2 if you would just work nicer for me. Now that I know I have enough cookies, I'm kind of tempted to try it. Let's do it. Okay, there, it's locked in. For a little bit it was. Make them, they had funky nickname using a swear that rhymes with it. Oh, I have to scroll back if I want to see that. Yeah. Yep, this stroopwafel is amazing. We do have them here. Okay, well that works. That was a tough push, but it works. What, Smeagol? So tough hit. Cemented that on. I think I need to just toss this particular plug. It's dry and it's crumbly, and I think I want it out of my press. And that's fine. Got pretty much a callback on your photo. It is a surreal feeling, but you earned it. You earned it, Bubbly. And I'm proud of you, and I'm happy for you. You earned that. I make fudge for my day program staff for the holiday party before Christmas. Haven't had to take any leftovers home yet. That's amazing, Red Wing. That's amazing. We love that. Lucan is in a perfect circle. That's fair. You're so down for trying all the world's goodies, right, Hazel? Italians make a slightly thicker version of it called a pizzelle. I love pizzelles. I love pizzelles. You need another bottle of water, yeah. spam the voting link like mad to stay in the top 20, but that won't start until tomorrow. Understandable. Gotta do what you gotta do. Okay.
I'm gonna need you to drink.
You got it, AC. Got 2 minutes on the clock. I'm hoping I only have like, oh my god, I probably have 4 cookie presses worth left. That's a lot. I'm gonna get rid of this plug too. But I'm gonna stick with the bigger cookie size because I think that's better for my sanity. I can kind of feel it when I am pressing. Oh, maybe. Yeah, no, there's definitely 4. I'm gonna laugh if I don't have any multicolored because of the extra half to each of them. That would be funny. That I plan for something that isn't gonna happen. Potentially. Squeeze that in. I wonder if these could have stood to be just a little bit more moist. Oh well, too late now. Certainly not going to change it at this stage. Some of the excess off of my hand. This goes in here. 30 seconds on the clock, so I'm not even gonna... No, I will put this on.
Uh-oh. Here
Hi,
comes
Nikki.
trouble. Her name is
How are you,
Nikki.
friend? You can spritz in my mouth any day, baby. Ooh woo. Ooh woo, Nikki. And I use a cool hack that makes it have so much less sugar, but still as sweet as if it did. Instead of 4 cups of butter and sugar, I use 1 can of sweetened condensed milk. Oh, interesting. I am doing as well as can be, Nikki. My feet hurt. My feet hurt at this point. And my tolerance level for the cookie press is diminishing as we speak. To be expected, honestly. It's honestly to be expected. Because the cookie press is a brat. These nuts are delish. Oh my lord. I don't know if you're being serious or making a D's nuts joke at this point. I'll take it. Works for me. Okay, let's just pinch these bad boys together where they want to split for some forsaken reason here. I don't understand why. I did it with both doughs. I did it with both of them. We're just going to tidy them up to look a little bit nicer. Okay, perfect. You are not innocent, Nikki. Not even close. You finally have some energy? I'm here for it, AC. Be as silly as you want. Having energy is a good thing. Keep on thinking Eddie Kingston's gonna pop up in chat. I don't know who that is, but you never know these days. For the love of God. Stay together, Cookie. Hold the things. Stay together. I did not give you permission to fall apart. I'll DM you. There you go. Perfect. They will stick together when baked. Yep. They sure will. Because the dough expands a little bit and it presses into itself. As long as it's close enough, these ones specifically, like Spritz, will stick together. That's not the case for all cookies, but these ones will. What, Smeagol? I know you want your wets. Hang on. Give me a minute. Let me get this tray in the oven, and then I will happily get you your wets, okay? I know, you're hungry. There's dry food for you to eat, but you're hungry for the wets. Of which you'll take like 4 bites, and then you'll walk away, and then you'll be mad when Hera comes and eats the rest of it. And then you'll cry at me and be like, but Mom, I'm hungry again. And I'll be like, you should have eaten all of your wet food the first time. Like, that's how this works, cat. I give it to you, you eat it. I was so out of it for a brief moment today, guys. When I was getting ready, I was like, oh, I have to take the cookie cutters out. No, girl, you don't. It's not cookie cutter day. It's cookie press day. Like, my brain is not processing anything at this point. It is so done. It is beyond done. It is cooked with a capital C. With a capital C. Water. Shizemi says your cookies are so cute, which seems to be the case. Welcome in, Vice Paw. We love Tootie around here. We love Tootie. Wishful thinking, your brain was rejecting the reality of the press. It really was, Opal. It really was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Another 30. I need a snack. I actually ate. I was a little late today so that I could eat. I had a half of a turkey sub, the last half that I had. Oh, Smeagol, hang on, baby. I'm putting cookies in the oven, and then I will get you your wet food. Because I wanted to avoid the timer start. The fatigue from not eating. I think at this point, the real thing is I want to get off of my feet. Oh, we need a new can for you, bud. And that's just, I just have to get through the cookies. I just have to get through it. Okay. I hear you. I do. The water will heat up for cleaning the spatula, but here we go. Here we go, baby. Have your wets. Is that better? I don't know if you could hear him crying. Kara gave it one lick. She walks away because she doesn't really like it until it's dried out a little bit, which is basically whatever he leaves behind. Okay. Let's reclaim a tray. Let's reclaim a tray. Sniggle the cat, you're loving it? Yeah. Seamus named him because he's a slinker and a stinker. He's a little crabby. He's a gray cryy boy. I can't wait till Christmas Eve. I get to see the lovable bird flipping cat and his sister. Aww. That's sweet. That's sweet. Yeah, this is mostly cool. It's still a little warm, but it's cool enough that I can handle it. Cookies come off. Yeah, usually cookie press cookies do not take me this long. Today is a day. I think I am more distractible than usual though. Like splitting my focus I think is harder than it is some days, which will make a difference. And again, my feet hurt, so my brain is just very focused on ow, feet, ow, feet, ow, feet, which is also a distraction. What are you eyeballing, Hera? I see you there in the hallway. I am going to take a moment, though. I'm going to remove the mic. I need to go use the bathroom. My bladder is also starting to hail me from the water. Extra distracting with these nuts? Oh, Lord Bubbly. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, you're definitely keeping me company, Opal, and I'm here for it. I am here for it. Can I hear him, your cat? Spinky turns into a foghorn when he wants food. Yeah. Yeah. Yup. All right. Let me use the bathroom real quick. I'm not taking you with me, so that's going to stay here, and I'll be right back. Okay. Hi, Hera. I also need to change out the mic. Much better. Because these nuts depleted the mic, basically, AC. Basically. Go to the low cupboard where the wet food is and bad one out on the foot. They are smart sometimes, Red Wing. It is true. Oh my God, Pupley. You guys are so funny. I love you guys. Ugh. Candy off the tray. There we go. Okay, overhead cam. For the record, I needed 171 cookies and we're at 210. I could, in theory, say to hell with it and throw out the rest of the dough, but I have a real problem with food waste. I don't like to waste food if I can help it. So I will do this until I feel like I literally cannot anymore. And I mean, we're getting there on the dough. We are getting there. Get the junk out. I did the self-extrude get wet thing again. I'm not even gonna worry about that. Just get on the counter. Okay. Nikki checked in. 69D's nuts. Oh, Lord. Nothing happens if you get to 69D's nuts because I have nothing planned. He thinks I'm his second mama. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. It's always nice to be the second mama. Perfect. That's the end of that tube. Okay, new plan. We are going to finish up the red before I go back to fighting with the green. I like switching back and forth. We're going to finish up the red before I go back to fighting with the green. Because the green is the one that I really fight with at this point. So let's just speed. So I think I have one more red, and then it's all green. And then maybe a little mix. Little mixy poo. I've also got to put more back in the container. We're at that point. The meds knocked you out? It's 12:30. You just woke up. That's good, though, that the meds knocked you out, Ash. Case has trained us to expect something when counter says 69. Case has trained you for that. I am not so creative. I am not so creative. You promise? They work for the pain. It was bliss. I am so glad for that, Ash. I am so glad for that for you. I don't need the green in there. Get out of there, green. There may be no multicolored ones this year. I might just say to heck with those. Again, because I did a half batch into each of them, I may not have enough dough to warrant it, I don't think. Which is unusual and A-okay. Yeah, I've got a little bit of scrap left here, but that's it. And we are like balls deep in this, so... I'm okay with skipping out on some things here and there. It might violate TOS. Yeah, it probably would violate TOS. I'm sorry it's coming back, Ash. That sucks. He could definitely come up with for 69D's nuts. He absolutely could. And it absolutely wouldn't be TOS friendly, I guarantee you that. So I guess ask to see it personally from Seamus on Discord when we hit 69D's nuts. Balls deep in cookie dough. What an image. Oh yeah, Hazel. Oh yeah. That'll do. That is a timer. That is a tip over. I said dismiss. I thought it was balanced. It wasn't. Oh, it's too close to the edge. I smacked it into my glove a little bit. Oh well. Oh well. It is what it is. Oh, well, you made a mess of yourself, didn't you? Get off of there. We don't care about your self-extrusion bullshit. That'll be an interesting one, won't it? Oh, I hope that didn't startle any of you as much as it startles me. Eating some soup and then going back to bed. Good idea. Good idea, Ash. Then we get a wee tiny one. Okay, cookie press. I've never had you sneeze either. You're behaving very suspiciously, Cookie Press. This dough is all just gonna be tossed. I'm not gonna bother trying to rework it, and I will not have any multicolored, and I'm okay with that. Let's pinch these together so that they make semi-proper flowers. Well, maybe by next year it'll behave better. It's just on strike this year. Apparently. It wants workers' rights that it doesn't deserve because it's not a sentient being. Or maybe it's a mimic. Maybe I should hit it with Fireball. The joy of mimic in this community being two different things. Can be a real problematic ghost, or it can be a real problematic creature. Depending on if you're looking at it from the Phasmo lens or the D&D lens. Okay. Together, together, together. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's keep going. Perfect. Oh, this one's real messy. Smeagol, you have food on your mat. What is the problem here, bro? Why are we crying all of a sudden? 10 creamy fillers. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Can be a pain in these nuts. Things you'd rather be balls deep in. My man made me creamy chicken and mushroom soup. Oh, that's really nice, Ash. 11 D's nuts. Jesus Christ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Another 30. Another 30 cookies. You guys are just trying to get to 69 tonight. I see you. I see you. We've got a little stuff to do over here. Let me put the first one in. Then we need to put stuff in bin. Then we need to take stuff off tray. Start the timer because the tray is a little full. So I need more space. I can see the end though, now that there's no red dough in the bowl. We're gonna just focus on green. And I may say for the very last bit, to hell with it, and go with the one other cookie sheet so that I can just not have to wipe a tray down, ideally, maybe. Since Seamus is okay with doing a couple extra dishes, like he said, just do what I need to do. And I appreciate that. Because sometimes I need to just use extra cookie sheets. Okay. But we will wipe this one down. He ate most of his food, huh, Hera? But there's a little bit there if you want to eat dried up stuff. One thing I'm grateful for, even though my feet hurt a lot today, after I sit for several hours, that will go away and tomorrow won't be quite so bad. And tomorrow is going to be much faster than today because I just have sugar cookies and that does not require fighting with a cookie press. And it's a pretty solid recipe. It's a very, very solid recipe. Set that over there. That goes there. 5 golden cock rings. Oh my lord, what are you guys? What are you guys getting up to mischief-wise? Oh my lord. You guys are writing the naughtiest 12 days of Christmas. Innocent until proven. You're not innocent. You're not innocent. 6 sloppy. Oh my god. I regret scrolling back to read Bubbly. We've officially reached a new level of Saknika After Dark. I didn't think it was possible, but here we are. L&D has nothing on this. She does an L&D After Dark. We've raised the bar for her. Officially, the bar has been raised. Guys are something else. I think these nuts gave you too much power. You're giggling so much. Butt plug in your... I intend to marry this man, you guys. You need to save this and send it to L&D? You should, Kissy. You're laughing and coughing so hard. Yours, all mine. I picked him out of all the people. I'm so lucky, Seamus. Oh my god. The worst part is I could probably send the lyrics to Aeon, and before I know it, I'd have an AI generated song because reasons. Hi, Warden. Oh dear. Yeah, welcome to the chaos. Your sanity is not guaranteed. Out of all the people in all the world, you looked at him and was like, yep, that's the one I want forever. It's true. It's true, Kissy. I did. I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe I wasn't. But I did do that. Okay, we're out of red. That's it. That's the end of the red. And it could be our 69 treat, maybe. Maybe. Get on it. Get on it, Seamus. Don't get your D's nuts and the twist laughing. Oh, Lord. There it goes. It's been a night, you guys. You're on a roll. Swap the bowls out here. 2 to 3 on the green left, and then we're golden. 9 more times. One of us, one of us. You really can't stop it. What am I gonna do with you? What am I gonna do with you lot? Was there something in the water tonight? It wasn't in my water, that's for sure. My water was normal. You're streaming so much, that's amazing. Yeah, it does have to make, it has to make sense, yeah. Because if it doesn't make sense, but I get what AC was trying to say. Love us forever and feed us cookies. Yeah, basically what's happening, Kissy. Life goals. Start a harem. Oh, wait. Oh, my goodness. Seamus would love to start a harem. Get back to these ones that have just been giving me fits. Where did I put my... There it is. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Would you kindly just stick to the damn tray? You know what? Fuck it. You're a failure of a cookie. You can go in the failure bowl. Okay, you stayed mostly together, so you can avoid the failure bowl. But hear me out, Cookie Press. If you don't produce good stuff, they're going in the failure bowl, and I'm not rescuing them. get the feeling that, yeah, the stuff was a little dry. It's been such weird weather, though, that I can't say I'm surprised. Harems are a lot of work. It's true. I'm using stream chat to collect all the lovelies, yeah. And expensive. I have to draw the line at 5. Am I not expensive enough for you, Seamus? Do I need to up the ante? Is the amount of flour I need you to buy for me not enough? The eggs? The butter? Because I can be more expensive. I'll just crowdsource ideas on what to get that's more expensive. And then you can call me weeb. In this economy, right? Get thyself over it. Okay, if you self-extrude, you're not. Okay, so this is helping, but that is still a bruise. Oh, I didn't even have the top down on for you guys. Wow, pro move. That is still a bruise. I am gonna have to be more demanding, Kissy. It's true. It's true. I'm gonna have to crowdsource ideas on how to be more demanding. Because I am so low maintenance, it's kind of ridiculous. Like, the level of low maintenance I am. Growing up, I asked for like nothing as a child. And the day I asked my mother while we were out shopping if I could have a $10 pair of sunglasses, she cried. She cried. I am ridiculously low maintenance. If we're gonna go there, use that red hair advantage, right? No, Seamus, you said you were budgeting for 5 people. I can take up 5 people. Right, Opal, get into the gluten-free baking. That'll cost a lot of money. Step away, your stomach was hurting from laughter. I'm glad that you had that level of laughter, though, AC. Laughter is good for you. It's good for the soul. I know exactly what Seamus is gonna say, though, for the record. I know exactly what he's gonna say, but he already put a ring on my finger, so there's no takesy-backsies. He's stuck with me forever. Your lungs won't allow it, Bubbly. World's smallest handcuff. Certainly is. But it's the easiest one to unlock. Expensive, but easy. Well, depending on how much paperwork you've added to it. I licked it, so I own it. That is a statement that you have now made, Seamus. Not commenting. You died. Oh no! How did you die? Welcome back, Dova. That's the real question, Jazz. How did you die? Did you die as epically as Seamus so that you need a sound clip made of it? You got yeeted and dropped very far. Oh no, did you hit one of the boom booms in the tropics / roots? Or was it dynamite? What yeeted you? Cause, not gonna lie, it's funny regardless. Got last gifts wrapped for your little nephews and your Secret Santa person. Oh, that's fun, Dova. I haven't done a Secret Santa in so long, but I'm determined. Next year I'm doing EBGG Secret Santa, and whoever gets me is getting cookies. Yup. Baked goods, provided that's allowed. I don't see why it wouldn't be, but that's the idea. Because I can't imagine somebody getting cookies and being like, man, my Secret Santa sucks. I just have to have Jackie or Kissy casually suss out any food allergies so that I avoid poisoning them. Aqua tried to make me go where she was. Oh no. In another stream I'm up for, we have this one chatter who comes in and makes these ridiculous insults. It's all out of fun, and so I responded with, I'd insult you some more, but nature did its job. Oh, burn, Bubbly. Savage. Oh, you ask about him in the survey, Kissy? I'm golden. I'm golden. Yeah, somebody's getting me next year, and they're gonna be very happy. It won't be the Christmas cookies that they're getting, mind you, what you're seeing here. But, you know, a nice batch of, like, some snickerdoodles or some peanut butter cookies or, you know, maybe some oatmeal raisin or maybe I'll do the lemon snowdrops again or something. Like, I've got options. I have a lot of options on cookies. You just give art. Art is great too, Bubbly. The picture you drew of me is so cute. It's so freaking cute. It's in the Discord for anybody who hasn't seen it. They're getting D's nuts. Seamus. Bad Seamus. Sagi's gonna be golden, gonna be glowing. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so weird. I got Saggy as my Secret Santa next year. How did that happen, Kissy? Miracles. Seamus beat you to it. It'll be fun. I look forward to it. I'll just have to time, because I'm assuming when you participate in the Secret Santa, right, that there's probably a special area where it's like you should have your gift delivered by this time. We're gonna sit together and do the stuff at this time, so I'll be able to time the shipping that way of when do I need these cookies to be done and to send them out. Yep, perfect, yeah. So it'll be very easy to time it, because obviously I don't want to bake the cookies and then have them sit in somebody's house for a month. That would be awkward. And if I remember right, you guys started planning the Secret Santa like right around Halloween. The sign-ups and stuff. Just to give people plenty of time, I'm assuming. Which makes sense. Okay. More for me, because I love these things. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 30. That makes sense, Kissy. That makes perfect sense. Pop open the timer. Put these in. Start the timer. Drink some water. I'll clear the tray. I'll clear the tray. So that means I've also got to clear the cooling rack again. A little bit. It's just a never-ending cycle over here. Yeah, I also think next year will begin the year of rotating some of the cookie recipients. Because I have a lot of people, like a lot of people I want to send these Christmas cookies to. And that list grows every single year. And I think I have reached maximum, like the max that I can reasonably send to at this point at 25. I really don't think I can add any more into this list without really overburdening myself. So I think next year what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to get a second bin. This one's going to need a second bin. I think I'm going to take some people off and just explain to them that, like, it's not that I don't want to send them cookies. It's that I physically need to make decisions and have a certain set of people that I rotate through. And I think that'll be fair for everybody that way. I also may need to make it more public on, like, how I'm, at least among the people that I'm sending to, what will influence my decision. Because, like, I do have some people that over time I've phased out of my list because we were really active talking to each other daily and hanging out and stuff. And then life happens. And all of a sudden I heard from them maybe twice a year. Which, not a bad thing. I'm not saying that this is like an issue or that we're not friends. It's just like, if I'm only hearing from you twice a year and now I've got somebody who I've literally spoken to 300 out of 365 days this year, I kind of would rather send them the cookies. You know? Provided they've given me their address and are comfortable with it. So I think I'm going to start rotating and being a little bit more strong with my boundaries. I don't want to say strict, but strong with my boundaries. Because, yeah, like, there are people this year who are not on the cookie list that I'm like, my God, I wish I could send them cookies too. Obviously, I'm going to have extras, but there also comes into the factor of shipping is not cheap. So, boundaries. I have to set proper boundaries, and there's nothing wrong with that. Doesn't mean I love any of my friends any less. This means choices had to be made. And yes, extras of these will still be for sale within the bakery after I get boxes together for the people who are on the receipt list, which feels weird, but also right. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody else, but it feels weird but right to me. Because I'd rather get them to people who can have them, but I also have to, again, respect how much time I spent on these and how expensive shipping is. It's a thing if you want to do it, but not a must do. Exactly. Anyone, so there's never a requirement to send anything to anyone, so people should be honored to be considered. Right, Kissy? But I definitely, yeah, 25 is a lot to ship to. Well, I'm not shipping to 25. I have 25 people total who are receiving, but of that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 of them. So a little over half I deliver in person because I'm going to either see them on Christmas or Christmas Eve, or they're like people nearby me that get cookies between my family and friends. But the other 12 are shipped. But yeah, I have some friends that I just I don't get to communicate with them as often anymore. Life has taken us down different paths, and this is, I recognize this, okay? And I speak it out loud because it normalizes it for my brain. This is the rejection sensitivity dysphoria, where I am afraid of upsetting people because all of a sudden they're not getting cookies. That is exactly what it is. It is my brain being mean to me. Because sometimes brains are mean. And even though you recognize that the brain's being mean, it doesn't make it feel any less poignant. Right? It's the worst, isn't it, Bubbly? Yeah, trying to ship that many would break the bank, Kissy. It would. It would. Yup, so I think I'm gonna rotate people. So some of the people that are on the list this year won't be on the list next year, and some of the people who didn't make the list this year will be on the list next year, so that I can, you know, spread the love even if you don't get cookies every single year. And of course, if you're part of the bakery, if you're in my Discord and you have that role, and I have extras and you didn't make the list for a particular year, and there's extras, you'll have the opportunity to purchase the extras. And that'll be a good middle ground. So that Seamus and I aren't stuck eating all of the extras by ourselves. And more people can enjoy them, but some of the cost is covered. You do feel that right now? Yeah. Seamus is not gonna like that, Suspenders. You know, what if you split it in half and sent some people Easter cookies? So I don't make this level of cookies on Easter. Otherwise, that would definitely be an option, Opal. Easter time, I make the pizzelles, and those are another one of the cookies that I don't think would ship very well. They're delicious, but they're fragile. Ooh, I think we're gonna get the last of the green dough in this. That would be so nice. Well, whatever we get in here is the last of it. I am not gonna, again, mess around with the scraps. Huzzah. Yeah, I definitely will say too, this was always preached to me as a problem that women deal with because of gender roles, but I really think, having spoken with so many people, I think this is a generational thing where, for whatever reason, the younger the generation, the more people-pleasing they seem to be. Millennials, where I'm at, even though I am considered a Zennial because of how I was raised, which is between a Gen X and a millennial, we just want to keep everybody happy, and because of that, we really don't set solid boundaries, and we have to learn in adulthood how to set solid boundaries. And then when we start learning this, it's really uncomfy. Like, setting boundaries is super uncomfortable. And the only way you can actually set boundaries is to enforce boundaries. It's one thing to say, I'm not going to allow this in my life anymore. And another thing to look at somebody and say, you've crossed the boundary and I'm not allowing that in my life. So either you change your behavior or you're not in my life. Like that they're two very different things. So anybody else who's struggling with setting boundaries, like, I see you. I freaking see you. And it's so much easier for me to set the boundaries in my professional life than my personal life. Stop calling you out. You're such a people pleaser. Yeah, start drawing names out of a hat to make the list. It's a possibility, Hazel. We were raised by fucked up boomers. I mean, there's also that. Such a people pleaser that I forget myself, and when I do, the other people get pissy. I stand up. Yeah, and that's part of the awkwardness of setting and maintaining the boundaries. My sister struggles with that, AC. Yeah, it's hard. I thought I heard the timer. I'm hallucinating my timer. I have 1:47 on the timer. It is so hard. And like, I'm here for everybody who is like me, working on learning to set the boundaries and enforce them and be kinder to themselves by doing so. Because it's not easy, but it's really important. Really? You know what? Screw you. I don't want to fight with you. Go in the bowl. Go in the bowl of shame. I'm like focused on these right now. The last tube of dough. And honestly, I might just make this the last tray, and anything left in here is left in here. I think I'm to that point. And like I said, I don't like food waste, but at a certain point, you have to just say, is it really worth the last like 4 cookies? Timer. Let me pull that tray. Did I remember to put the overhead cam on? No, of course not. Oh. I should do that for you guys. I feel bad for the dough that doesn't get to fulfill its purpose. Warden, it had a chance, and it chose not to. You think the press would understand you aren't messing around? You would think, Warden. You're a Zoomer. We're fucked up by parents, not gonna lie. Yeah. Yes, Hazel. Going to feel so bad with spamming my voters link this week, but it's so exciting. Get those votes. Get those votes, Bubbly. People who love you want to support you. And anybody who is in that final running, you know they're all spamming their link. So why can't you do the same? Yeah. There's like maybe 6 cookies left in this level of, like, we'll push it up. That's it. That's the dough. I don't give a shit about that dough anymore. I am over the cookie press. I'm over standing on my feet. We're gonna put some beautiful, whoop, I fingered it too hard. We're gonna put some beautiful non-perils in here, and we're gonna bake them. And I said what I said. Are boomers, and I fucking hate them too. Fair. Fair, Hazel. I started to feel bad and think I was getting on people's nerves with it. If you're not sending it directly to people, if you're just like posting it on your Facebook or on your Instagram or something, if people don't want to look at it, they don't have to look at it. It's another thing if every single day you're blowing up their phone with the link. But in that case, it's a very simple, hey, I support you're doing this contest, but I'd prefer not to receive this all the time, please and thank you. And that's all it takes. Like, just please let me know, right? My dad was a boomer, so I have such mixed emotions. On one hand, I recognize the generational stuff from that time, but he was still my dad and I love him. Yes. Yes. I know not everybody can enjoy a good relationship with their parents, but, you know, for those of us who do, it was a very special thing, even if we recognize today that not everything they did was super okay. The beauty of humanity is growing, learning, and improving themselves. That's the joy of being human. They've been thankful for the reminders. There you go. See? Perfect. Fingered these nuts too hard. Oh my God, Bubbly. It's the my parents hit me and I turned out fine attitude. Like, no, y'all are not fine. There's that, Opal. We all smoked in restaurants and I'm fine. Nothing bad happened to me, says the person with super emphysema late in life who never smoked or whatever. Like, it's totally okay that my mom smoked the entirety of her pregnancy and I came out with a low birth weight. That definitely hasn't affected how my body chose to grow at all. And the reality of it is, right now we don't have science to say one way or another with how I am, aside from the low birth weight and birth size. But for all we know, all the stuff that she was taking into her body did influence how my immune system is reacting today and why I have Hashimoto's. We don't know because it's environmental factors influencing our genetic makeup that can trigger or not trigger specific things to occur. And I don't think there's a wide-scale study going on to see if any of that's linked. We just basically recognize the fact that smoking while pregnant is bad. Don't do it. Secondhand smoking didn't do nothing to me growing up. Nope. Right, Bubbly? Yeah. Yup. It's wild that old magazines used to recommend smoking certain brands to pregnant women. It's true. It's true. And now we look at that and we're like, what? My mom was the silent generation and I'm a Zentennial, but she was the same. Yeah, AC. Yep. And there's also like a lot of internalized behaviors that were just like, well, the people before me did this, so it must be okay, that we're all slowly breaking. And having to recognize, and sometimes the real big struggle is admitting that you did something wrong. Because we, as a species, don't like that. It is human nature to not want to admit to wrongdoing. We want to be the best versions of ourselves, and admitting that you weren't the best version of yourself is not easy. It's not easy. That kind of growth is hard. It's a struggle. But it's important. It is important growth. And it helps you take steps forward into being a better human who can teach people how to embrace being a better human. Just by setting a good example. I had a lot of learned habits that I had to break as an adult because I didn't realize how bad they were. And then I got out in society and I was like, oh. We do have long chunks of junk DNA. That is true, Opal. You have long junk. Okay, Seamus. Long junk. I'm getting that commercial stuck in everybody's head again. Teach you about how to treat these nuts. Oh my God. We want to be the best versions of ourselves that we see, not what others see. Okay, Seamus. Okay. He just said he was just thinking that, AC, in case you couldn't hear him. We want to be the best versions of ourselves that we see, not what others see. It's hard to see what others see, so we believe we are just fine. Yes. Yup. And it's always been this way, so how can it be wrong? Raise his hand. As someone who has made very bad decisions in life that impact others, doing the work is worth it. It's hard, but the healing that happens for others when you do and for yourself is worth it. Absolutely, Dova. 100%. 100%. There are people that if I ever met them again today, I would apologize to them for some of my past behaviors. I have a feeling I will never ever see them again in my life. because it was like a passing acquaintanceship, I'm gonna say. Like past coworkers and stuff who I just definitely, I could have been better to them. One of them I made an extremely xenophobic remark to at one point because I grew up 9/11 traumatized. 9/11 happened when I was 12. I had to really think about that. I think I was 12. I was 11 or 12. And my parents had very staunch views on things, and we had the news running, like, we barely watched cartoons. We had the news running practically 24/7 in the house for 4 months until I think it was my sister finally looked at my mom and said, "Can we please watch something else?" My dad almost had to go down to New York City to help with the disaster. My uncle did go down because he worked in a nuclear facility, and it turns out this has all been declassified at this point. They were sent down to help sweep for dirty bombs. One of our family friends was a veteran who literally retired a week before 9/11, and they called him after everything happened and said, "Your retirement is revoked. Get back down here. Like, we need you." So we were touched by the outer fringes of it, right? And obviously being in New York, even upstate, it's a big deal. My parents were extremely anti-Islam. Like, extremely. And as a young, impressionable kid, I didn't think anything of it. It just, like, that was the view. So when I became an adult and I had somebody who practiced Islam as a coworker, I definitely said some things that were not okay. And she corrected me on it. Like, she just point blank said, "I know you're not talking about me or my family, but what you're saying is not okay." And I had to, like, stop and be like, I don't know what to say about that. Like, it was just backup behaviors coming out. It was so slap in the face of, like, this is what I learned 7 years ago. What do you mean? And I had to really sit with that for years and just be like, how do I make the separation? Because here was this very traumatic event that very much shaped a lot of worldview, and here's reality. Like, it was difficult. So, like, if I ever saw her again, I would absolutely apologize, because I definitely stepped on my own feet and stuck a foot in my mouth in trying to respond to it, because the backup behavior was get defensive. Not the appropriate response, but again, that was 19-year-old Sam, and I have had at this point 15 years to look back on that and be like, you didn't handle that as well as you could have. But again, a 19-year-old, they're not going to handle it as well as they could have. You didn't realize I was that much younger than you, Opal? I'm 36 right now. Because it is wrong, and it always has been. Yup, Hazel? Yup, exactly. Exactly. I feel that it sometimes keeps me up at night knowing I may have hurt another and they may be suffering because of my action or inaction. Yeah, I still think about it sometimes at night too, Dova. But making changes in your life in that way should always come from helping you, not helping another. That's a bonus. True, AC. Yeah, I'm 36, bubbly. Yep, absolutely good on them for calling me out. Like, how was I gonna learn? How was I gonna learn if nobody looked at me? And she was polite about it. Like, she was not mean. She was not confrontational. She was just very direct. And I handled it as well as a 19-year-old is gonna handle it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm proud of them correcting me in the moment too. Instead of just standing there and being like, I don't know what to do. You were right. You were 19 when it happened, Opal. Yeah, so you were old enough to fully understand what was going on. Here's your prize. Get some nuts. These nuts. And I commend millennials for pushing back and calling people out. Absolutely, Hazel. Yep. She was probably well practiced at that point, Opal. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm sure she had faced a lot of discrimination simply for her heritage, which is terrible. But it was an event that had some unfortunate impacts, and we're still healing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another 30. It's a perfect 30 across the board. Yeah. I don't excuse myself for what I did back then, but I do thank myself for growing beyond it and learning and doing better. And I think that's all anybody can ask of anyone in those kinds of situations is, even if it takes you years, if you learn to do better, that's the important part. That is the most important part. Let me put these in the oven. In the oven. And there was a time when I didn't know if these were the kinds of stories I should share publicly because of cancel culture, where we had a whole idea that if somebody made a mistake in their past, you held them to that mistake for like the rest of their life. And I was like, well, then I better bury all of this and nobody can know. But that doesn't feel right either, because I think it is a very important part of who I am, that I have grown from this person who is no longer who I am today. Like 19-year-old Sam is a very different person from the today Sam of 36-year-old. My sister recently called me out on something, and dang, it hurt, but now I'm glad she did. In the heat of the moment and raised voices, I made a bad call on how to handle something. Thankfully, we both learned from it. Exactly, Dova, exactly. As long as people do just that, you're a good person in my book. I feel that, Bubbly. Hi, Pytos. I went to schools growing up where I was the only white person and got picked on for it. I think when you're a minority in any situation, especially back in the day, you'll get shit for it from people. Yes. It's usually not from a place of hate, just ignorance. Most of the time, absolutely, Pi. Absolutely, Pytos. It is about taking accountability, Opal, 100%. And it is a teachable moment for another AC. Absolutely that, too. You also had that experience growing up, Dova? Yeah. I've only experienced something like that once, and it was as a belly dancer. I applied to do like a New Year's Eve night at a newly established hookah lounge. And I ended up having to wait in a grocery store that was under construction with men I didn't know, because the person who scheduled, they're like, this should have been the first red flag, right? The person who scheduled the like interview for the gig didn't show up on time. And then when we did finally sit down to meet, the overall consensus, like, didn't matter my skill or anything. The overall consensus, because I was not willing to work without my friends, one of which whom was definitely in the morbidly obese category, and it was due to health, not lack of activity or food choices, because I was not willing to undermine them and take the job just for myself. The exact words this man said to me, and mind you, he himself was a minority, was, well, you know, you're not really exotic looking enough for us. You're a little too white. I was too white to belly dance at his hookah club, my friends. I've never heard, being a ginger, that I'm not exotic enough. That was the one and only time. It was a surreal feeling. And then he would text me, because we had obviously each other's phone number so that he could contact me for the interview. He texted me like 5 years later asking if I still danced. And I was like, who is this? Because I had forgotten by then. It was very weird. I love that we can have these conversations here without any unreasonable hatred and disrespect, so I'm proud of everyone here for that. Agreed, Bubbly. Agreed. I try to make this a space where we can have those conversations because I feel like they're important. I really do. If you don't have the conversations, it buries it, and burying it is part of the problem. It's part of the problem. Oh, let's take these cookies off the tray. I think my number says 300. We're going to double check the math. We're going to double check the math. I also need to disable raids because we're going to get ready to leave. I apologize because ads are about to run. And I do not have enough snoozes to make it long enough where we won't get hit with ads. So I'd rather them run now than when we have our little bit of sit-down chatter at the very end. Because, yeah, I only have 2 snoozes, and each snooze buys me 5 minutes, and we have more than 10 minutes of time left with this stuff. So, unfortunately, we're going to get a little bit of ads, and I apologize. It is something I usually try to avoid, but alas, sometimes it is unavoidable. On the plus side, provided I haven't missed the window of opportunity, I already know where we're going tonight. So I don't have to search for a raid target unless I've missed the window of opportunity. But I never wanted to be like, "Okay, we're done, bye." I do like those moments to sit down and chat with everybody. I do enjoy that. We have got 7 minutes on the clock. 7 minutes. Tomaty, hi! How are you, friend? How are you, love? We can double check our math, though. Oh, no. Only 270? Did it add it in okay? Well, it's 30 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it should be 300. It didn't take, I guess. Or I forgot to type it in. Busy with the fam. That's a-okay. Family's important. Family is important. So an even 300. Which is, again, way more than I needed. So yeah, next year, I think I'm going to have to adjust how many dozens a batch makes. And adjust accordingly. We probably really did only need 2 batches. Probably did. Tomorrow I need 108 sugar cookies and that'll be easy. The sugar cookies are really easy and I appreciate that. And they are one of my favorites to make. They really are. All right, let's take this apart. Maybe. Maybe. Is it because it's not all the way up? I can't grip it well enough. Seamus will have to take that apart. Okay, the bowls of failure get to go in ye old garbaggio. Will these fit in the sink? Yes, they will. Fill with water. My greasy bowls. Rinse my hands off of the grease. Because I don't like that feeling if I don't need it. I have such a problem with hand lotions too because some of them leave you with that greasy film for a little bit before it really absorbs in. And I think I am the only person it feels like who gets that sensation. Even from the ones that supposedly don't leave a greasy film. And I don't know if like they're lying or if I'm just too sensitive. It is a question for the ages, as they say. You do too, Opal? I'm not alone. I'm not alone. Can't grip these nuts. Oh my lord, bubbly. It is very handy with the spreadsheet, AC. This is true. Hand lotion is a sensory nightmare? Yeah. Yeah. And like the Holo Taco hand lotion, I am able, by using like a really small pea size amount, I'm able to rub it in enough that it doesn't bug me. But most of them drive me insane and I don't understand. I don't understand. And I need to hydrate my cuticles to keep them from breaking and splitting and just making hangnails and being an overall nightmare. Both because I'd like my hands to look nice when I paint my nails, but also because doing massage, if I have breaks in my cuticle, usually that means I have a break in my skin, which can be dangerous for pathogenic reasons, and nobody likes that. Oh, I got it. So I am very mindful of that, but Lord, even oiling my cuticles with jojoba oil and vitamin E, which is what is in the Holo Taco nail oil pens, which makes it very easy. I like the nail oil pen for the ease of use. That absorbs into the skin, but it takes a little bit, and it just bugs me. So I'm glad I'm not the only one who just gets really frustrated and like boofed out by it. Because a lot of times, and I think this is true of most people, without mentioning it, you think either everyone's like this or you're the only one. There's like no in between. There's no in between. Like sometimes when I wear clothing, I'm like, how does this not bother anybody else? It's tugging in all the weird ways. And a lot of people are like, I don't notice. Because there are definitely like plenty of, like I can't wear jeans. I cannot wear denim jeans. I don't like the feeling of denim. It bugs me. It makes me go boo. Except in certain cases. Sometimes denim is okay, but it's got to be like loose. Oh my God. Some of it is just awful. With the smell of hand lotion. Yeah, I like unscented only. Good tip. For hand cream, a hot damp towel over the hand after you applied it, you feel the pores. Oh, interesting, AC. I never even heard of that. You have to wear gloves when playing with Play-Doh. See, Play-Doh I'm okay with. Play-Doh is a nice sensory for me, but I understand why you do that, Bubbly. You don't like wearing denim either? I'm not alone! You feel yourself in jeans and a tee? And a lot of people do, Dova. Jeans bug me. You wear kilts or go naked. That is a lie, Seamus. That is a damn lie. Sweats or leggings, exactly, Bubbly, exactly. I love my leggings. I love my yoga pants. Yep, skirts, great. The sensory problems with clothing is super neurodivergent. Oh my God, I have it so bad, Opal. I wear a thong under the kilt. The thong you wear, the kilt you do not. For me, the more I apply hand cream, the more my hands get sensitive. Interesting, AC. He's in a skillet, damn. I only like this kind of, yup, Lee is a brand of jeans that's more like khakis. Regular jeans are uncomfortable, are always sliding off of me. Warden, that's interesting that they're sliding off of you. With these nuts out? Oh my God. Not again. Timer. We'll give this a moment to cool, and then I will get them onto the cooling rack, and then we can sit down. Yeah, no. Seamus can tell you, he can verify this. There have been so many times that I try on a piece of clothing that just looks so cute or so wonderful, and he would love to buy it for me. And I put it on, and I'm like, this is so uncomfortable. Oh my God. We were actually, speaking of, we went shopping for clothing for my cousin's wedding. And no lie, I was looking for something cute with like a little bit of a short sleeve because I was going to wear a shrug. It was going to be like a barn wedding. So some of it outdoor, some of it indoor. It was October, so it could be either really warm, it could be chilly, it could be a cool breeze. Like you didn't really know what the weather was going to be. I wanted to wear a shrug. I had the shrug. The shrug was taken care of. I just needed a dress. Every single dress on the shelves that was cute had the friggin' elastic around the arms, and I can't stand that. It drives me up a wall. It's so bad. Like, it's one of those things where I look at women wearing it and I'm like, how? How are you wearing this? It's maddening. I can't look at you wearing it. It drives me crazy. All of them. Everything had that feature. And bless this one sales clerk's heart. They tried. They really tried to find things. And they were like, oh, well, you could just like look, the elastic is visible here. You could cut it out. And I was like, you don't understand. As soon as I cut that elastic out, this fabric is going to fray. Like, this elastic is what's finishing off the end of this fabric, and it's going to fray, and it's just no bueno. Oh, I think we were in malls for like 2.5 hours looking, and I was near tears. I was so frustrated. And he was like, we'll find something, I promise. You know where we found something? Because it wasn't the mall. We came home. I hit the point and I was like, I can't do this anymore. I just can't. And so we came home. We were going to check Amazon again, see if I couldn't find something that had good reviews. Went through the closet and there was a dress in there that still fit, still looked nice, that I could wear. Oh my God, it was maddening. You despise polyester? Yeah. V-necks are also difficult. I feel that, Bubbly. I like V-necks, but a specific length. Yeah, shopping for clothes is my trial. You don't wear turtlenecks. Yeah, so I can wear some turtlenecks, but not all, because yeah, it feels like suffocation. Almost there. I had no idea about anything neurodivergent until recent years. The more I learn, the more I'm convinced I have overlap with various neurodivergent communities due to my childhood trauma. You very well might, Dova. It's amazing what PTSD will mimic. Clothing can give you the ick so fast, even if it's the most lovely on you. Exactly, AC. Exactly. Polyester, it's so uncomfortable. It doesn't breathe. It does not, Pytos. It doesn't. You hate those too, Bubbly? Yeah. Mm-hmm. That would meet its end to the scissors. Yes, Carrie. Clothes shopping is horrible. You feel it, but Opal? Absolutely. Get it off, get it off, get it off, get it off. That is the feeling, Hazels. Oh, shoe shopping. Opal, I hate shoe shopping too. I get it. I cut it in 2 places, so the elastic is still there, but not the feel of them. I can't. None of it. It has to be gone. It can't be there. Texture versions, 100% Hazel. 100%. I feel clothes before I even try them on. I like turtlenecks on everyone else but me. Fair, Auntie. You know what I really like, though? Because I love the look of a turtleneck, but I don't want it to squeeze. I like the fake ones. The ones where instead of being a low collar, it comes up just a little bit. So it's not tight, it doesn't press, but you get that little bit of a peak of it up the neck. Like, I really like the faux turtlenecks. There's never enough wide styles and sizes for your big old feet. Yeah, that it is hard for females to find shoes that are wide. Reminds me, after getting my wedding dress, my mom and I were out getting stuff for something, and we saw my exact dress somewhere for more than I got it for at the bridal shop. Holy crap, Carrie, you walked away with a steal. Shopping as a plus-size girl with neurodivergences is so hard. I believe it, Bubbly. I will mention that I had probably one of the simplest dresses they sold, but it felt right for me, not a fancy dress person. And that's the important thing with a wedding dress. It has to feel right for you. Turtlenecks on Velma. I mean, it's not the turtleneck we're looking at on Velma, Seamus. Shoe shopping is a nightmare for me. I have a size 43, so it is rare there are cheaper shoes for me. Oh, AC, that sucks. You get men's shoes, Opal? Fair. Fair. You and me, girl. Yeah, Dova. Let's take these off the tray. You love you a nerdy girl? I know you do, Seamus. I know you do. I'm standing right here. Yeah, and it's all of these things. Like, growing up, I thought I was so weird. I thought I was the weird one. And now I realize that it is neurodivergencies. Which ones? Who knows? Still waiting. And that they don't always express themselves exactly the same way for every person. Which is probably what made it so hard to notice. And I mainly was in school in the 90s and the early 2000s. I graduated high school June of 2007. So it was probably close to 2010 where we finally started more regularly testing for things. And I really feel like it wasn't until closer to now, like 2015, 2016, that we started testing in a wider swath. Because girls were not tested as frequently. I think we're now doing testing a little more frequently. We're a little bit more aware. So the current generation has a better fighting chance of getting the help with social norms that they might need to learn and understanding themselves a little bit better, and help for the parents too. And your child is behaving this way because their brain, again, I'm going to say this again, their brain is being mean to them, and they can't, like, they physically can't help it because their brain is being that mean to them, and trying to help parents understand their kids and kids understand themselves. And we didn't have that when I was growing up. It was, you're a brat and you will stop. I will pull this car over. Don't make me do it. I will turn this car around. Like, I'll give you a reason to cry. That can handle these nuts. Oh my Lord, Hasey. Yeah, so like there's been a big shift. I was 41 when I was diagnosed with ADHD. Yeah. And I have a feeling I'm going to be 36 when I'm diagnosed with it. You will get the paddle. Exactly. Or it's just a phase. They'll grow out of it. No, we'll just learn to mask better. We'll just learn to mask better. We'll come up with really shitty coping mechanisms. Stop daydreaming, blah, blah, blah. You need to focus. You need to focus on what we're doing. You need to sit in your chair. You have to be still. So many things. Now you like the paddle. Ooh, woo. Ooh, woo, bubbly. All right. I need to sit. So everything's off. It's on the cooling rack. I am going to turn this mic off. I'm going to go meet you guys on the desktop. We will continue to chat. Like, we're not going to stop chatting. I just need to sit down. So I will meet you guys in there. I see you, Seamus. I see you. Let's come on over to this screen. Woo! Let me tell you what, masking in front of a bunch of 1 to 5-year-olds is so hard. Oh my God, I believe it, Bubbly. I believe it. It's Daddy Seamus. Yeah, I would argue that you don't need to mask with 1 to 5-year-olds. There's also that. Yeah, like, oh. And speaking of neurodivergencies in clothes, I mentioned this a few I mentioned it at the beginning of the cookies when my sister was over and she was wearing the Whack It Off apron, which is my own merch, and it's sturdy and it's wonderful. And I asked her how she liked it, and she said it was very comfortable. The reason I don't wear it and instead wear this one is because this one hangs on the shoulders, like, whoop. Let me spin my chair. See? And smack the chair into the mic. Like, it hangs on my shoulders and not my neck. I don't like halter items that hang on my neck. It bugs me. I can't handle that. So this is like the only apron I'm actually comfortable in. It's the only one. Thank you, Seamus. Do you like it? My wonderful person got it for me for Yule. That's the best part about being around kids. You can just be yourself and all your weirdness, and usually they'll just roll with it. Kids will often roll with it. I'm assuming part of what Bubbly is masking are behaviors that they wouldn't want a child to repeat. Because sometimes, like, as a neurodivergent person, you feel the need to do certain things that are not necessarily ideal behaviors in the general public. Yeah, it's hard with school. It's hard. When I was growing up, my dad never understood why imagination and fantasy things were so important to me. He had no idea that those things literally protected me for years. Him trying to force me into normal things only made it worse. Thankfully, he got it later in life. That's good that he got it later in life, Dova. That's really good that he got it later in life. Back in my day, it was you will either knock it off, or if you lose, knock it off, or you lose something. Like, I don't want to do these things. It's just how I am. Yeah. Riku, yep. I lost a lot of privileges because I just refused to do the thing. And here's another thing. Like, my parents knew as soon as I put my foot down, that was it. I am a very standard Taurus in how freaking stubborn I am. If I decided that I wasn't going to school that day, it did not matter what they did. I was not going to school that day. And they didn't have the time to fight and argue with me because my mom had to go to work and my dad, he just wasn't going to. At that point, he was out on disability, so he was home. He wasn't working third shift, but he wasn't even going to bother. And the only thing I wanted was my books, and it was the one thing they weren't willing to take away from me. Like, we weren't allowed to use the computer if we stayed homesick. We weren't allowed to go play outside if we stayed homesick. We weren't allowed to play video games if we stayed homesick. We were not allowed to watch TV if we stayed homesick because my parents did not want us faking illness. If they knew you were legitimately sick, because, you know, kids do, they do fake things. If they knew you were legitimately sick, they actually eased up on these things and they would let you watch the TV, watch a movie or something. You know, they might let you play on the computer for a little bit. Because I remember I got the chicken pox when I was 10. And they were like, do whatever you want. You can't go hang out with anybody, but do whatever you want. Because, like, you're already miserable enough with the chicken pox. You're clearly not faking that one. But yeah, like, they couldn't take my books away from me because they didn't want to discourage me reading. And so if I stayed home, I would just read. And if I didn't want to go to school, I sure as shit wasn't going to school. Accommodations, what's that? Right, Hazels? Right? Accommodations did not exist. And I wish, as somebody who was a gifted child growing up, that there were as many accommodations in my school for gifted children as there were for people who were slower studies. Because I was fortunate growing up in a very rural community with a small school. Like, I graduated in a class of 67 kids. I was very fortunate in that because we had smaller class sizes, but we also had a community that was okay with, like, paying the school tax and whatnot. And we had really good programs for kids with special needs. We really did. We still do. Like, that alma mater still is really good on that. But we had nothing for kids that needed more. That needed more to chew on with their brain. That needed a little bit of extra activity to keep them occupied. You know, any gifted things, it was like, well, eventually you can get into AP classes. But that was it. So I do wish gifted children were treated in the same way as children who needed extra study time. I don't know if that's changed at this point. I don't have kids, so I don't have any basis of knowledge. I hope it has. But who knows? Who knows? The world is weird, and being neurodivergent just makes it feel weirder. I didn't even know I was neurodivergent for the longest time, and then actually I met my best friend Gwen, and she was like, girl, you know your brain is more atypical than just depression and anxiety, right? And I was like, what do you mean? The only thing that has ever quieted my brain is video games. Interesting, Riku. Gotta update that just chatting stream, girl. Nah, we're getting ready to raid out, Suspenders. We're getting ready to raid out. We're just finishing our conversation. That's another thing that depends on the county you live in. Yeah, that's true. That is true, Hazel. That is true. Yeah, it's rough. And I hope kids today have better than I did. I'm at the age where I'm kind of over psychoanalyzing myself and I'm just fine being a little off. And that is fair, Pytos. My main reason for figuring out what my neurodivergencies are at this point is I know I would do wonders if I got some therapy, some mental health counseling, but I don't know how to direct the counseling because I don't know exactly what I need them to work with. So that's the only reason I'm on the path of diagnosis. Otherwise, I would probably just keep working with it, but I lost all of my structure and all of my fallbacks fell apart, and I've been struggling for 5 years now. And I was like, yeah, I need to take action on this. I need to take action on this. I'm so glad Dova got one too. All right. I already know where we're going. I already know where we're going. This conversation is great and wonderful and I love it, but I do have a kitchen to clean and cookies to finish putting away and a photo to take so that I can put it on social media. And it is 9 o'clock at night and we've been at this for 6.5 hours. I finished my bachelor's degree, but I was so burnt out that I still haven't recovered. Opal, I'm proud of you for finishing the bachelor degree, but I totally understand being burnt out. Where are we going? We are going to go say happy birthday to Vin. So I'm going to need the special birthday raid command instead of the regular raid command. Bubbly is ahead of the curve. We need the birthday one. So Vin is doing his birthday stream. He's currently playing Repo. He's one of my dear double teammates on both EBGG and on Set the Tone. It looks like he's got a lot of friends in there and they're doing crazy hectic stuff. Vin is like the king of modding games. I am sure this mod pack has like 7 million different things in it and took everybody at least 84 years to download. Like, oh, I'm lying. It's only 29 this time, which is a very small mod pack for Finn. Let me tell you what, he had like 80 mods in the Lethal Company. It was crazy. It was lovely today. I'm glad. Yeah, it's not going to clean itself, unfortunately, Hazel. I friggin' wish it would clean itself. So, Discord was shared above. If you're not in the Discord, get your booty in there because we talk about cool stuff. We have art share, and most importantly, the recipes and the schedule are in there. So get your booty in there so that you have access to all of the cool things. Socials, if you're interested, I swear after the cookies are done and the holidays are over, I'm going to work it into my schedule to regularly update them. That is the goal for 2026. It is very actionable and I'm going to I'm going to find a way to make it happen. Raid message, if you are subscribed, is the first one with the mandalas. Second one for if you are not subscribed with the hearts. Let's go wish Vinland the happiest of birthdays and make his day extra special. I will be back tomorrow around 5 p.m. Eastern Standard for the last and final day of the 12 days of Christmas cookies to make the sugar cookies. And I can't wait to see you guys there. Thank you kindly for all of the chatter, the hype train, gifted subs, resubs, bits, follows, raids, lurks, like however you chose to support. You did choose to support. I see you and I appreciate you. Let's bring all of that warm love to Vin. And in the meantime, friends, make sure you take a moment to practice some self-care. Look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself that you love you because you matter, friends. See you tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye.